Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, KOSTAT OECD Global Conference 2025 will begin shortly. We kindly ask that participants will take their seats in the conference hall. As we have large number of registrants, we would greatly appreciate your cooperation in filling the empty seats starting from the front of the room. Also, please keep your belongings in your own seat. Thank you for your cooperation. To ensure the smooth process of the sessions, please set your mobile phone to silent mode. English and Korean simultaneous interpretation will be provided throughout the conference. We ask all participants to prepare their receivers in advance. Please note that channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. Presentation materials can be accessed and downloaded by scanning the QR code printed on your name tag. This conference is also being broadcast live through our official YouTube channel, which can be accessed via our conference website at kostat-oecd2025.com. Please visit the live stream link menu to watch sessions online and download presentation materials. Wi-Fi service is available in the conference hall if anyone needs an internet connection. Thank you for your cooperation. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, KOSTAT OECD Global Conference 2025 will begin shortly. We kindly ask that participants will take their seats in the conference hall. Once again, we'd like to begin our conference shortly, so we'd ask everyone to take their seats in the conference. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, welcome to the KOSTAT OECD Global Conference 2025. My name is Hyunshim Amy Choi, and I am honored to serve as the Master of Ceremony for this conference. The KOSTAT OECD Global Conference 2025 is organized jointly by Statistics Korea and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development under the theme AI for Data, Data for AI, Shaping the Future of Official Statistics. On behalf of KOSTAT and the OECD, I'd like to thank all the participants, both in person and online, for joining us today. Throughout today and tomorrow, the conference will offer 6 core sessions that will explore the transformative potential of artificial intelligence in the field of official statistics. As for today's program, we will begin with the opening ceremony, followed by a keynote speech, and session 1 titled AI and Official Statistics, What's the Deal? After the lunch break, the conference will resume at 2 p.m. with session 2 titled Measuring AI. This session will consist of 2 parts, the first focusing on expanding the horizon of our knowledge, and the second dedicated to discussion. Simultaneous interpretation in English and Korean will be provided throughout the conference, including the upcoming opening remarks. For those participants on site, please set your receiver to channel 1 for Korean and channel 2 for English. And now, to officially commence the conference, Let us begin with the opening ceremony. It is my great pleasure to invite our very first speaker, Mr. Hyung-Jun An, Commissioner of KOSTAT, to deliver his opening remarks. Please welcome him to the stage with a big round of applause.
Dear distinguished guests, I am An Hyung-jun, Commissioner of Statistics Korea. Mr. Steve McFeely, Director of Statistics and Data at the OECD, Dr. Graciela Marquez-Colin, President of INEGI, and Mr. B. Bhatbatawa, Chairman of Statistics Mongolia, and Ms. Rachel Bivens, Director of Statistics at ESCAP, and all esteemed participants. It's my honor to extend a warm welcome to you all to the OECD-KOSTAT Global Conference, AI for Data, Data for AI, Shaping the Future of Official Statistics. Above all, this conference marks the first occasion jointly convened by Statistics Korea and the OECD Directorate for Statistics and Data to discuss the theme of artificial intelligence and statistics. I'd like to extend my sincere gratitude to Director Steve McFeely of Statistics and Data and his dedicated team for their tremendous efforts to make this event possible. It is still tinged with the warmth of summer, and yet I'm truly delighted to welcome you here during Korea's autumn season when the skies are at the highest and most beautiful. We stand today in an era of AI transformation where AI is driving innovation across every corner of society. The official statistics landscape is also undergoing rapid change. First, we face the challenge of measuring the impact of AI on our economies and societies using objective and reliable data. Second, we need to adopt AI in the entire process of data collection, processing, and analysis to bring about innovation to our business practices. And third, we should tackle issues arising from the use of AI, such as errors in statistical data and biases in training data. This global conference is profoundly meaningful as it comprehensively grapples with these pressing issues faced by the global statistical community. The Korean government inaugurated past June is advancing initiatives to position the nation as one of the world's top 3 AI powerhouses to navigate the era of the great AI transformation. In line with this, KOSTAT is also preparing for change in this transformative age. First, we're standardizing metadata, the learning material itself, to lay the basis for data use so that statistical data could be used appropriately through AI. We will also introduce AI technology in supporting linkage, analysis, and sharing of heterogeneous data, redefining our role as a statistical data hub in the AI era. A range of AI-themed efforts advanced by KOSTAT will be presented throughout today and tomorrow's sessions, and we look forward to your plentiful interest and insights. The innovation of national statistics using AI cannot be achieved by the efforts of any single nation alone. My sincere hope is that this gathering will serve as a starting point for jointly exploring the global challenges and solutions surrounding AI and official statistics. On this occasion, KOSTAT is also committed to taking the lead in advancing AI-related discussions and expanding support for developing countries, continuing with international collaboration. Finally, I would like to thank once again the OECD Directorate for Statistics and Data, all those who worked tirelessly to prepare this conference, and chairs, presenters, and panelists who will be contributing to the proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner An, for highlighting the significance of this conference in these remarks. Now, I'd like to invite our next speaker, Mr. Steve McFeely, Chief Statistician and Director of Statistics and Data Directorate of the OECD, to share his welcome remarks with us. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my great pleasure and honour to give this address today. I will try and speak slowly. I've been asked to speak slowly so the interpreters can decipher what I'm saying. In recent years, the statistical community, and indeed the world, has devoted an increasing amount of time to discussing and working with artificial intelligence. Developments in this field are rapid, sometimes surprising, and seemingly relentless. It is therefore a great pleasure to co-host this conference with KOSTAT. I hope by delving into the symbiotic relationship between AI and data, and between data and AI, we can bring some shape and clarity to this topic and bring some guidance to what national statistical offices can usefully do in practice. Let me at the outset thank Commissioner Hyung-Jun An and his team at KOSTAT for hosting this wonderful conference, and also to thank them for their very close collaboration with OECD. I would like to take the opportunity to congratulate the Commissioner on his recent appointment and wish him well with this very important task, and also to congratulate him and KOSTAT on the recent news of their extended mandate. I think this is a very exciting development for KOSTAT, so we will watch with interest as the role of KOSTAT evolves. Ever since Alice disappeared down the rabbit hole in Alice's Adventures in Wonderland in 1865, we've used the expression of going down a rabbit hole to describe a situation where we struggle to extricate ourselves from a confusing or intractable situation or problem. Today, official statisticians around the world are grappling with decisions regarding the use of AI with serious and potentially very long-lasting financial and reputational repercussions. Thus, a black hole where the gravitational pull is so great, where all matter is crushed, and from which there is no escape, is perhaps a more dramatic but apt analogy. After all, Alice eventually escaped from the rabbit hole unscathed. It's not absolutely clear that all Director Generals will be so lucky in the future. On the other hand, if artificial intelligence can deliver on the hype, how can a Director General turn their back on the tantalizing prospect of a shortcut towards productivity and efficiency gains? In other words, can AI offer a wormhole through time that allows us to fast-track progress? And this is the dilemma facing official statisticians today. This is the dilemma I will discuss in my opening remarks, and it will echo throughout the conference. So, ladies and gentlemen, the challenges that we face as official statisticians grappling with AI are several. We're interested in AI as a tool. Like many others, we are trying to assess how to use and when to use AI to make our operations more efficient. We are also interested in measuring AI as a social and economic phenomena. What will be the impact of AI on the economy, on the labour force, on productivity, both now and in the longer term? What will be the impact of artificial intelligence on democracy, on science, on truth, on our personal relationships? And of course, what will be the impact of AI on data, both its consumption and its production? None of these are easy questions to answer. Any discussion regarding the presence of artificial intelligence in our daily workflows can no longer be limited to future potential. AI is already here, already delivering results. We hope with greater productivity, greater efficiency, and new forms of support that we hadn't imagined only a few years ago. What was once experimental is today becoming essential. AI, like data, is quickly becoming ubiquitous. One statistic I recently read claims that more than 1 billion people are using AI chatbots regularly, and that ChatGPT has over 7 million users weekly. Gemini and other leading AIs add hundreds of millions more. So there's no question that artificial intelligence is already here. Statisticians are no exception. For data practitioners, artificial intelligence is already becoming an essential tool in our toolbox, a partner in our daily work. a partner that some of us perhaps feel a bit ashamed to admit that we use. Maybe we feel like that we're cheating. For some statisticians, Gen AI has already become the pair programmer that they never knew we needed, always available, consistently helpful, providing we understand the limitations. But as we embrace this new partner, we must do so with care. We don't yet fully understand the consequences of this powerful tool. For example, what are the legal implications of AI-generated code with regard to intellectual property? What limits or boundaries should define possible responsible experimentation or use? As professional statisticians, we have obligations to cite sources in our work. Yet AI-generated outputs come without provenance, without attribution, standing in contrast to the very principles that underpin scientific publication and evidence-informed analyses, the very principles that we promise to uphold. What does AI mean for privacy and confidentiality? Can we safeguard it into the future? Can we even safeguard it today? And in fact, my colleague, Christian, will speak to these issues tomorrow and the importance of privacy-enhancing technologies. As the artificial intelligence tools evolve, we must remain vigilant to the risk of subtle standardization of thought, where algorithmic outputs shape not only how we work, but how we think. As algorithms revert to the mean, we are essentially looking backwards. So it's not clear to what extent AI can actually create. So in using AI, we must therefore make sure that we do not lose our capacity to innovate and be creative. So what might pull us back into the black hole? As we investigate artificial intelligence, how it can be integrated across the data lifecycle, across the GSBPM, we must be ever vigilant regarding the quality of the statistics that we produce. We know that using artificial intelligence can reinforce and amplify often unconscious biases and stereotypes through the use of flawed training data. These biases or prejudices via algorithms may hard-code discriminatory decisions into public and private administrations without any transparency or recourse. This is a concern, as we have seen that generative AI cannot be trusted to query statistical databases and produce accurate answers. Tests have shown that GPT models, owing to their design of mathematical-based models, average out results across the distribution, and therefore can produce plausible-looking but inaccurate answers. The resulting nonsense, affectionately characterized as hallucinations, or perhaps less poetically recently by Morgan as machine bullshit, has been likened to a super-intelligent person who is prone to bouts of early-stage dementia. But the very fact that the results look plausible is what makes it so dangerous. How can we expect a reasonably literate but not expert user to distinguish this fiction from fact? Erroneous citation also poses reputational risk for disseminating agencies. Other challenges also exist. How do we develop and retain the skill sets of our staff? How do we balance innovation with precaution so that we have adequate cybersecurity, data protection, and governance mechanisms in place without making it impossible to use artificial intelligence in any practical day-to-day sense? How do we protect the confidentiality of our own staff, of our own internal documents? We know without rigorous data sensitivity classifications in place, tools like Copilot may overshare data as they cannot distinguish between declassified, sensitive, or confidential data unless explicitly instructed. How do we manage the cost of providing IT infrastructure to host or outsource computationally intensive and expensive models in a sustainable way? As with any new data source, any new data tool, a chief statistician must be cognizant too that the use of AI may breach the fragile social contract that exists with our public. This latter challenge, not being technical but cultural, makes it so much harder to assess and manage. For example, is a statistic produced with the assistance of artificial intelligence or completely by artificial intelligence any less credible less authentic or less trustworthy than one produced without? The answer to this question may depend on the statistic, but also on the jurisdiction. But the sensitivities over the provenance and sovereignty of SDG indicators hint that buy-in should not be automatically assumed. The rubber to this question will hit the road in times of stress. When official estimates are challenged, as they will be from time to time, we must be able to reassure and convince our users, the public, the government, that our statistics are sufficiently good quality to be fit for purpose. If we become over-reliant on models and artificial intelligence, we run the risk that we may not be able to provide that reassurance. And let me be clear here. I'm not saying that an artificially intelligence-enhanced statistic need necessarily be of any less quality than one without. The question is whether can we convince the public of that? Therefore, as we consider the cost-benefit and trade-offs of using artificial intelligence in our statistical production, it would seem sensible not to limit our considerations to matters of efficiency, accuracy, and costs only, but to the more nebulous and fuzzy areas of trust, communications, public reaction, to make sure that these are taken into account. But what if we found a wormhole that would allow us to fast-track into the future? The aspiration is that artificial intelligence should, at the very least, bring efficiencies through greater automation. For example, machine learning could absorb some of the more repetitive tasks like coding. Perhaps it can assist with smarter data quality management, automating tasks like data cleaning, detecting outliers, inconsistencies or anomalies, and perhaps also dealing with them. Maybe also with dissemination and accessibility, dealing with text queries, translations, preparing bespoke responses, and visualizations. But this will require, I think, still requires some human oversight and intervention. And perhaps this should really be our objective, to work symbiotically with artificial intelligence to move towards intelligence augmentation, where augmented intelligence is an alternative formulation that helps us to promote and develop human capabilities. One area where OECD has been exploring such an approach is with paired programming, where we are using GenAI to assist with our coding. I think it's fair to say artificial intelligence from the statistical perspective has not yet lived up to the hype. But that doesn't mean it's flawless. It has proved genuinely useful in some cases. And some of the explorations at OECD have shown artificial intelligence to be useful in assisting some tasks, but less with others. We've seen in general that the more specific the query, the more precise or well-defined the query, the better the outcome. However, if you ask artificial intelligence to do something from scratch, then sometimes bad things will happen. They may start to hallucinate. We've also seen an inbuilt positivity bias, which means, like many of us, AI does not like to say no. Although it is possible that GPT 5.0 may have solved or at least reduced this problem. But this may cause AI to invent fictitious libraries, functions, or results. Another surprisingly human characteristic of Gen AI is that it's lazy. Apparently, it does not like repetitive tasks. And this is ironic, as this is supposed to be the very thing that we want to employ artificial intelligence to do, to help with the boring, repetitive work. As the author Joanna Maskowska quipped in 2024, I want artificial intelligence to do my laundry and dishes, so I can do art and writing. I don't want artificial intelligence to do my art and my writing, so that I can do my laundry and my dishes. When Turing published his seminal paper, Computing, Machinery and Intelligence in 1950, his imitation game, or what became known as the Turing test, was a test of a machine's ability to exhibit intelligence or intelligent behavior equivalent to that of a human. So it seems in some important respects, artificial intelligence is already exhibiting some quite human characteristics, laziness and an ability to say no. But apparently artificial intelligence also exhibits a range of other human-like cognitive biases. It seems it can also deliberately deceive, cheat, steal, or even blackmail. But ascribing anthropomorphic descriptions to artificial intelligence is probably not very helpful, however, as they are, for the moment at least, just mathematical models and not sentient intelligence. Nevertheless, these traits or characteristics must be a concern and raise questions as to where agentic artificial intelligence gets their goals from. It must also pose questions for what their suitability as a producer of official statistics is, as these traits may direct a direct threat to statistical independence and impartiality. Notwithstanding the tendency of artificial intelligence to avoid hard labor, it's probable that we can make use of artificial intelligence in particular to augment our work, to assist with automatic coding and classification work, data cleaning and imputation, quality checks, and identification of outliers. It seems likely, too, that AI can assist with and probably improve work on reconciliation and balancing tools, perhaps adding some subtlety to the rather blunt remedies we currently employ. Not looking at any national accountants in the room. There also appears to be opportunities where artificial intelligence can assist us in our work to become more productive. As the expression goes, we will not be replaced by artificial intelligence, we will be replaced by someone using artificial intelligence. But I stress the word assist. Human judgment will still be required, and I think this is perhaps what we should aspire to, is augmented supervised intelligence. Another risk on the horizon: in the past year, Stefan Wellhurst has raised the spectre of a data winter. Recent events suggest that this winter may be closer than we thought, and may be more severe than we thought, but for reasons that we hadn't anticipated. When Wellhurst highlighted the risk, he was flagging concerns regarding proprietary data. But in some countries, we are now witnessing the systematic removal of public and official statistics long understood to be open public goods. We are even seeing pushback on the idea of official statistics of public goods. These developments are a symptom of a wider crisis in democracy, but they may quickly become a crisis for statistics and artificial intelligence too. Thus, we may soon be entering the second winter of artificial intelligence, but this time not driven by apathy or despondency like it was in the 1970s, but by a paucity of data. Official statistics, accompanied by good quality metadata, should be the bedrocks for AI training. For that to happen, it is critical that high quality, impartial official statistics remain public goods. To be public goods in the context of AI, data must be fully open, meaning they're machine readable, with clear permissive licensing and clear terms of use. It also means that the accompanying metadata must be open and machine readable too. If we as a community fail to keep our data and our metadata open, then machine learning and other artificial intelligences will not be able to access and correctly interpret our data. This is part of the motivation for the adoption of SDMX at OECD and for the development of our new Data Explorer. Artificial intelligence can surely help us make our statistics and our data more widely available. Sumi Banjari, a US academic, has argued that generative AI has brought what she calls radical availability, reducing barriers to comprehension and enabling new forms of expression, particularly for users of historically excluded from elite institutions. This is precisely what we as official statisticians want to achieve. We want to achieve radical availability. Banjari also counsels that AI-mediated environments are rarely neutral and introduce epistemic enclosures, trapping users within curated informational ecosystems, or what we would know as echo chambers. And to counter this, we need democratically accountable AI information architecture. This seems to be a sensible recommendation and one that the official statistics community could and should contribute to. Official statistics can deliver radical transparency, both for statistics and metadata. Today, there is considerable focus on artificial intelligence governance. While it's not entirely clear to me what this means, given the extensive use of data by artificial intelligence, it's clear that data governance is a prerequisite. Moreover, international data governance is a prerequisite to international artificial governance. Harari, noting that artificial intelligence is a global problem, warns us that countries would be naive to imagine that as long as they regulate AI wisely within their own borders, these regulations will protect them from the worst outcomes of the AI revolution. I think the same can be said of data and data governance. Consequently, the recommendations made by the UN in their 2023 white paper, International Data Governance Pathways to Progress, and by the OECD in their 2024 policy paper, AI Data Governance and Privacy, should be taken seriously. So what should we add to our to-do list? So in addition to the issues raised above, the emergence of AI has created a new set of spillover tasks that I think need to be addressed. The first is redevelopment of our statistical quality assurance frameworks. Existing national and international data quality assurance frameworks are out of date. Most national and international frameworks are at least 10 or 15 years old and do not take account of big data, GIS, citizen science, or in the context of today's discussion, they don't take account of artificial intelligence. The next issue is the measure of AI on the economy and on the labour market. Other colleagues from the OECD, Francois and Annabelle and Molly, will say more about this during the conference. But in the past, we've struggled to adequately capture the impact of ICT on economic and productivity statistics. As professional statisticians, we want to avoid a reappearance of the so-called solo paradox, this time triggered by artificial intelligence. This will not be a trivial task, as AI is already embedded within the broader digital revolution. But discussions at this year's CSP in Geneva highlighted the complexities arising from the lack of universal or agreed definitions and the difficulties of disentangling AI from other technologies and intellectual property products. Indeed, the OECD have surfaced questions regarding data harvesting and the implications on intellectual property rights. And the challenges of valuing data were also discussed. Significant measurement challenges lie ahead on how to define and measure AI, its impact on the economy, on productivity, on replacing or augmenting labour, and therefore this must become a priority for the official statistics community. As I mentioned, I think we need to do a careful cost-benefit analysis. A critical question to be considered in our considerations of whether and how to use AI is whether it will fulfill its promise as a technology of near zero or marginal costs, or will we see a price surge controlled by a handful of surviving providers? We've been here before. We've seen the pitfalls of proprietary software. Many of us probably used SAS in the past or used Tableau. They offered considerable analytical power, but also which carried a weight of path dependency, contractual lock-in, and the risk of inescapable exploitation, another black hole. In this fast-evolving environment, early choices risk locking us into narrow pathways with long-term consequences. Every organization needs to continue to reflect on these questions and continually weigh up the potential opportunities and costs. We need to train and protect our staff. Many organizations struggling with the dilemma of whether and how to use artificial intelligence have not provided clear corporate direction. In such cases, the decision burden may shift unfairly onto a few individuals. These innovators and pioneers must be supported and protected. We must give them the tools that they need to experiment. We must give them the training they need to learn and the time and the space that they need to do it so that they can test and succeed, but also the safe space to fail. This is a condition for long-term success. Uncertainty or fear of failure must not become a barrier. And finally, we need clear communications and management of expectations, both to inform the wider statistical community and public on the use of AI in data collection, production, and dissemination, but also to manage expectations, particularly regarding costs. There may be an expectation that investment in AI will yield a clear productivity benefit, but recent evidence from the Bureau of Labour Statistics on the impact of AI has shown that the benefits may not be linear and that productivity benefits will only come with much deeper reorganization of work. So I think it's too early to draw any hard conclusions, but investment decisions should be made with eyes wide open. So in conclusion, I began this talk by asking whether, from the viewpoint of official statistics, AI has more in common with a black hole or a wormhole. It's too early to say, but I think probably the answer is neither. There are risks, as there are with adopting any new technology, but as long as these are mitigated, they should not be fatal. We should be able to escape. So thus, perhaps Alice's rabbit hole is, in the end, the better analogy. But equally, artificial intelligence is unlikely to offer any magic solutions or shortcuts across statistical galaxies. It will most likely just become another tool in our statistical armory. The UN Fundamental Principles of Official Statistics emphasize the central role of official statistics in democracy. It is therefore noteworthy that when Kissinger and Al have posed a fundamental question, which is, can democracy survive in a world of artificial intelligence when that intelligence is operated by a small number of corporations? Bryson provides a partial answer by asserting that a number of Silicon Valley elite expect conventional government to fail in the face of current polycrisis, only to be replaced by AI. Myers and Thompson have claimed that AI is already eroding democracy. So why does that matter for us? Well, if official statistics has an explicit role in supporting democracy, do we as a community have a role in defending it? I don't know the answer to this question, but I leave it to you to contemplate. To date, much of the thinking and discussion around evaluating AI has been abstract. This is natural, it's unavoidable, but it's time to move on from the principles and to start getting practical. As a community, we need to start developing practical evaluation standards, agreed definitions and concepts. And finally, in an era of growing distrust, of deep fakes and disinformation, perhaps the greatest opportunity for official statistics is the opportunity to offer authenticity. If we can protect our collective brand, we may be able to position ourselves as a trusted source of fact in the sea of machine bullshit. This is a new possible role for national statistical offices opens up in the era of data stewardship and artificial intelligence, which is certification, authentication, and homologation. So I will conclude with one word of caution. According to the American cultural and intellectual historian Jackson Lears, all history is the history of unintended consequences. And there's no doubt there must be some truth in this. So in the context of AI, we should at least be humble enough to acknowledge this. Otherwise, what does responsible artificial intelligence actually mean? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Mafili, for not only highlighting our dilemmas, but also emphasizing our principal approaches to tackle it by reinforcing official statistics' core values, such as quality, credibility, and openness, but also renewing some of the undervalued aspects, such as metadata, AI measurement, and expectation management, and more. His remarks also served as the keynote address of this conference and provided affluence of evidence and questions to be answered. And I believe that will guide us into today's core discussions. So let us give him another big round of applause. To celebrate this occasion, we will now hear congratulatory remarks from Mr. Jung-woo Ha, Secretary to the President for AI and Future Planning, Office of the President of the Republic of Korea. Due to his demanding schedule, he has prepared a pre-recorded message for today. Please turn your attention to the screen.
Good morning. I am Ha Jung-woo, Senior Secretary for AI Future Planning at the Office of the President. Commissioner Hyun-Jun An of Statistics Korea, Mr. Steve McFeely, Director of Data Statistics at the OECD, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to extend my congratulations on this meaningful gathering held under the theme, The Future of National Statistics Shaped by AI. In this conference, the opportunities and challenges that AI will bring, its impact on the economy and industry, the strengthening of AI utilization capabilities, and strategies for public-private cooperation will all be discussed as essential topics in this era of AI for data, data for AI. In this regard, I would like to express my deep gratitude to all the speakers and participants who will share their valuable insights. We now stand at a critical juncture where AI is set to shape the future of humanity. AI is no longer a story of the distant future. It is already embedded across every aspect of our lives, driving innovation forward. In line with this global tide, the government of the Republic of Korea, inaugurated this past June, has presented the goal of becoming one of the top 3 global leaders in AI as a core national agenda. Under the detailed goals of building an AI superhighway, becoming the world's best user of AI, securing cutting-edge AI leadership in technology and talent, realizing a safe and responsible AI-based society, and establishing the world's #1 AI government, the Office of the President has created the Senior Secretary's Office for AI Future Planning and launched the National AI Strategy Committee, driving Korea's leap forward as a model nation in the AI era. The government's goal goes beyond simply developing AI technologies. It seeks to accelerate the AI-driven transformation of both the public and private sectors so that AI delivers tangible value to the work and daily lives of our citizens. In this process, high-quality data serves as the vital engine driving the advancement of AI. Accurately collected, verified statistical data is the foundation that enhances AI's reliability and provides the cornerstone for fair and effective policymaking. Thus, national statistics can rightly be regarded as a key asset in leading the AI era. Going forward, Statistics Korea must redefine its role not merely as a producer of data, but as a central data hub in the AI era. By leveraging advanced AI technologies, we must standardize data production systems, enhance the timeliness of produced data, and through data openness and sharing, we will deliver tangible benefits that can be felt by both the industrial ecosystem and the public. Such data sharing will also make a significant contribution to nurturing talents in AI and data science. The advancement of AI is a shared challenge that transcends national borders. Establishing international standards for data interoperability, formulating guidelines on AI ethics and accountability, and sharing new statistical methodologies, these all underscore the vital importance of international cooperation, which cannot be emphasized enough. I hope this conference will serve as a turning point in opening a new era of convergence between AI and statistics, and I am confident that the discussion held over these 2 days will make a significant contribution to future policy. Once again, thank you for sharing your valuable time with us, and I wholeheartedly wish for the great success of this conference. Thank you.
We're most grateful for these encouraging remarks. With this, we would like to conclude the opening ceremony for the KOSTAT OECD Global Conference 2025. Thank you for all who are joining us on site and online, and we invite your continued interest and active participation in the following sessions after a 30-minute break. Refreshments will be served in the lobby, where we encourage participants to take this opportunity to freely network with each other. Meanwhile, we kindly ask our invited speakers, moderators, panelists, and discussants to remain in the hall for a group photo session. That's all, and enjoy your break. And I'll see you at 10:40. Thank you.
Okay. 5 minutes before. When people come. Yes. Yeah. Okay. 한 5분쯤 전에 이제 오시라고. 지금 할까요? 40분에 우리가
위에 5분 앉아 있어서 되게 민망스러우시니까.
근데 뭐 사실 바로 들어오진 않긴 않는데 여튼.
Distinguished participants, session
내빈 여러분 안녕하십니까? 통계청 OECD 공동국제회의 제1세션을 곧 시작하겠습니다. 저장님과 세션 1의 패널분들께서는 장내로 들어오셔서 준비해 주시기 바랍니다. 지금 현장에
their seats. Due to large number of registrants, we would greatly appreciate your cooperation in filling the empty seats starting from the front of the room. To ensure the smooth progress of the sessions, please set your mobile phones to silent mode. Simultaneous interpretation in English and Korean will be available throughout the conference. We ask participants to prepare their receivers in advance, and please note that channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. Presentation materials can be accessed and downloaded by scanning the QR code printed on your name tag. This conference is also being broadcast live through our official YouTube channel, which can be accessed via the conference website at kostat-oecd.2025.com under the live stream link menu. Presentation materials may also be downloaded from the same page. Thank you for your cooperation. Once again, I'd like to invite Session 1 moderator and panelists to proceed into the conference hall for their final preparation. Participants joining us online are also invited to take their seats inside. Thank you for your cooperation. Distinguished participants, Session 1 of KOSTAT OECD Global Conference will begin shortly. We kindly ask the moderator and participants of Session 1 to proceed to the conference hall and take their seats on the stage. Participants joining us on site are also invited to take their seats. To ensure the smooth progress of session, please set your mobile phones to silent mode. Simultaneous interpretation in English and Korean will be available throughout the conference. We ask participants to prepare their receivers in advance. Please note that channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. Presentation materials can be accessed and downloaded by scanning QR code printed on your name tag. This conference is also being broadcast live through our official YouTube channel, which can be accessed via the conference website at kostat-oecd2025.com under the live stream link menu. Presentation materials can also be downloaded through the same page. Wi-Fi service is available in the conference hall. Thank you for your cooperation. Distinguished participants, welcome back to the conference for Session 1. This high-level panel discussion session entitled AI and Official Statistics, What is the Deal? Will open a forward-looking debate on how AI is reshaping the statistical landscape. To moderate Session 1, we have Mr. François Fontanou, Senior Advisor to Chief Statistician of the OECD. Mr. Fontenot has extensive experience in international development and cooperation with a particular focus on innovation in statistical production, as well as strong expertise in the Global South initiatives. He serves dual roles as a senior advisor on AI and data quality to the OECD chief statistician, while also coordinating OECD's AI-related projects with the Partnership in Statistics for Development in 21st Century, known as Paris 21. With this introduction, I'm pleased to give the floor to Mr. Fontenot, who will introduce the panelists and lead us through session 1.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back. I'm delighted to be here with you in Seoul for this first panel of the conference. Our first session this morning is titled AI and Official Statistics, What is the Deal? And that's exactly the right question to begin with. This first conversation is a landscaping exercise. We want to step back, look at the bigger picture, and ask ourselves whether the impact of artificial intelligence on official statistics is an evolution or a revolution. This is the perfect way to set the stage for the rest of the conference. Over these 2 days, we will move through a logical journey. After this broad conversation this morning, we will turn to session 2 in the afternoon with the question of measuring AI, how statistical systems can provide evidence on the spread and impact of AI across our economies and societies. And tomorrow we will discuss how to make NSOs AI-ready places, how to safeguard quality and integrity, how to build capabilities, and finally, how we can collectively think about the future of official statistics. So our discussion this morning is really about mapping the grounds, identifying the opportunities, but also the risks and uncertainties, so that the sessions that can follow can go deeper into solutions. Just before, Steve McFeely gave us a very powerful keynote speech on AI and official statistics, black hole or wormhole. Two of his points resonated particularly well with our topic right now. First, he reminded us that AI is already here. What just a few years ago seemed experimental is now quietly becoming essential. In his words, AI is becoming a silent partner in our daily work, helping us code, classify, and even answer data queries. Second, he raised a critical challenge, trust. Steve asked us whether a statistics produced with the help of AI might be seen as less authentic, less credible than one produced entirely by a human. He warned us about the risks to quality and integrity. This goes to the heart of our mandate as official statisticians to provide data that is not only timely and efficient, but also trusted by policymakers and citizens alike. Our panel picks up exactly where Steve left us. How do we, as a global community, chart a path for AI in official statistics that is ambitious but responsible? So let me briefly explain how this panel will proceed. We will start with one framing questions for each of our panelists. Do you see AI's impact on official statistics primarily as an evolution or a disruption, a revolution, and why? And I will have the same question for our 5 panelists. Then, in a second round of questions, each panelist will speak from their own regional or sectoral perspective, and I will ask them what has been the most meaningful shift AI has introduced in the last 1 to 2 years, and how are you responding? Finally, we will conclude with one forward-looking round where each panelist will give us in one sentence, or maybe 1 minute, on the most important priority which the global community should look into as we navigate AI innovation. Last but not least, we will have some time for your questions, so get ready and don't be shy. Prepare your questions for the panelists. So we are very fortunate today to have an outstanding panel that represents both national leadership and international expertise. So let me very briefly introduce our panelists. I will just mention their current affiliations to save time. So to my left is Graciela Marquez Collin. You're the president of INEGI Mexico. We have then Wunju Su, your Director General of the Statistical Data Hub Bureau in Statistics Korea. We have then Choi In-kyung, statistician at the UNECE High-Level Group for the Modernization of Official Statistics. Then Lina Osila, Deputy Director General for Data Governance and Data Science, Statistics Estonia. And last but not least, we have Francesca Kay, Chief Information Officer and Assistant Director General at the Central Statistics Office of Ireland. So thank you very much for being with us and opening our deliberations this morning. Together, they bring expertise from Latin America, Asia, Europe, and the multilateral system. So this diversity is exactly what we need for this conversation. And with that, let us dive into our first round of interventions, and I would like to invite Graciela from INEGI Mexico to start us with her reflection on whether AI represents an evolution or a disruption of official statistics.
Thank you very much, Francois, and thank you very much for the organizers for the invitation to participate in this panel. The first time I heard about it, I was really, really interested, and I was lucky enough to be present and share our thoughts here today. So, answering the question on whether it's evolutionary transformation or a revolution, for us at INEGI, we consider that artificial intelligence represents a profound an evolutionary transformation for all national statistical offices and international organizations. Far from being a disruption that completely replaces existing systems, AI is seen as a tool that enhances, optimizes, and expands the current capabilities of official statistical production. At the National Institute of Statistics and Geography of Mexico, we are immersed in this evolution. Over the course of more than a decade, we have progressively adopted AI concepts and tools, demonstrating a process of continuous maturation and adaptation. This integration is based on a comprehensive approach for responsible adoption of AI. INEGI's AI strategy is structured around 5 fundamental pillars, leveraging its institutional strengths and previous experience. And here I must say that we do believe that it's different for different contexts. So in the Mexican context, we do believe that it should be the pace of adopting AI should be not slowly, but very carefully noted, since we already have lots of gaps, not only economic gaps, but social gaps, geographical gaps, and we don't want to introduce another gap. So AI should also be a force that allows to close the many gaps our country has. So let me just go very briefly into the 5 fundamental pillars in adopting AI in Mexico. The first one is establishing a robust and AI governance and ethics framework. For the implementation of AI, the framework aims at ensuring public trust, integrity, quality, and protection of human rights in data. This includes transparency, explainability, and algorithmic accountability. We recognize that the uncoordinated proliferation of regulation can lead to technological incoherence, which is why we are guiding that one of our guiding principles has been to adhere to the best practices being promoted at the international level. The second pillar is the continuous development of human capital, and this is key for us. We have a dedicated data science laboratory, yet it's still a small one. Additionally, the Institute has an extensive experience in training and adapting personnel to meet the demands of statistical and geographic projects. even under complex circumstances such as the COVID-19 pandemic. Moreover, we have begun investing in reskilling programs and digital skills development for the workforce, promoting lifelong learning and supporting AI projects that align with this institutional strategy. The third pillar is ensuring data quality and governance, things that Steve and Francois already mentioned. Quality attributes are an essential component in the production of information. We all know that. We all recognize it before AI, but with AI, it is even more important. We monitor our processes to ensure that information being produced is available, usable, complete, secure, accurate, reliable, timely, and consistent. This is crucial for obtaining AI-ready products as well. So it's aligned. What we used to do is already aligned with AI products. However, AI models heavily depend on large volumes of categorized data, which means that inherent biases in data pose a constant risk. This reinforces the need to implement automated processes for data cleaning, validation, and standardization, and to apply protocols that safeguard privacy and ethics. The fourth pillar, modernization of infrastructure and data collection methods. And that is closely related with the monetary resources always scarce for national statistical offices. The goal is to invest in hardware, software, connectivity, and data centers to support large volumes of data and AI applications, and to adapt data collection methodologies for greater efficiency. In terms of technological infrastructure, INEGI has been a pioneer in public sector computing in Mexico. We benefit from integrating statistics and geography within a single institution, which is crucial for deep geospatial analysis and the development of AI applications. And finally, the fifth pillar is institutional leadership and multi-sectoral collaboration. AI adoption requires establishing a strong, sustained leadership to guide it and foster collaboration among government, the private sector, academia, the civil society, as well as an active participation in international fora. We strongly support the definition of global standards to back up our actions at national and international level. So, within these pillars, we want to really frame the adoption and adaptation of AI technology for the present, but particularly the inroads into the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Graziella. I'll move on to Wunju Su. So same question. Apologies. So, same question, evolution or revolution?
Yes. Well, I must admit that I was perplexed to have these questions received. Well, I'm not a futurist in that sense. Whether to see if AI will be an evolution or destruction to statistics is such a complex question that I could address. And also considering the variability of different perspectives and situations of each country and region, yes, it is quite hard to anticipate the future of statistics because statistics does not evolve linearly. However, it will only be formed in the uncertain, complex environment. So interoperability and uncertainty seen from the view of statistics, I would like to simplify the different stances of stakeholders to address the question. And I guess that you're now seeing my PPT slide on the screen. As INEGI just pointed out, I also prepared many different things for this discussion. However, after receiving an unexpected question, I would like to highlight some points that I have prepared. Well, AI and statistics. Well, there are users of statistics from the demand side and producers of statistics and supply side. So users of statistics, the grand public or policymakers demand faster, more detailed, and more predictive statistics in terms of AI era. Before, statistics was considered as the record of the past, but now statistics will be required to predict what is happening and what will happen in the future, and to showcase or foresee the future more precisely. And this kind of new request should go beyond the limitations of conventional statistics, and also it will require new schemes. And with this new demand, even though it will be innovative, how to respond as official statistics will be a critical question to us. For instance, statistical institutions should do a value judgment, which means that what was considered most important, the accuracy and responsiveness, these should be accepted more actively, and we should also decide which value should be cherished most. And then the question of a role remains. The new concept of statistical production will lead us to a question that should we play a leading role, or should we remain as a coordinator or supervisor or steward who could coordinate the management of different aspects. And this will determine the acceleration of AI adoption and official statistics evolution. And we should also see if there's practical AI-driven technologies or tools. Well, this also concerns the national policy of national data and also the development of national economy. And apart from the user's side, one another perspective is the producers of statistics. Well, producers of statistics seek to apply AI to generate more accurate and efficient statistics, and this will be accepted step by step. However, there will be different levels or grades of advancement depending on the stance of each region and country. So, considering the benefit of official statistics in relation with will be the key. How much we could do the classification or automation of the coding, and who will be the leading role will also be a source of conflict. So the leadership and the governance will determine the different advancement of AI. In a nutshell, AI could be considered as an evolution, but to respond to new demands, it will contain innovation. So consequently, the interconnection between users and the statistical institutions, well, AI will be positioned somewhere between these two entities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In-kyung, what are your views?
Yes, so yeah, I think the way how we see whether it is evolution or disruption really depends on the maybe time scale or context that we are looking at the impact. And if we consider like a system of public institutions where they serve society in general, I think the impact, the AI is not really disrupting things fundamentally there, because I think the role of official statistics continue to be producing information that is that matters for society. And the NSO also, National Statistics Office's mission is still continuing to be providing this in the best way possible. But I think if we narrow down, maybe now putting NSO more at the center of analysis and looking at the more immediate interaction that NSO have with different components, I think still it's a more evolutionary type, but I think depending on the where we are looking at, the impact can be a little bit more disruptive, because evolution can be still disruptive by character. And
there are different ways of dissecting the system, but maybe the simple way is to look at input, output, and the processing side, and the environment, looking at the environment where NSOs operate. So input side, obviously, we have data as a raw materials, and also we have a very important input, which is user needs, which is also highlighted by Unju. And then in the output side, we have traditional regulated official statistics, but increasingly there is more and more data services, like a micro data service or data integration. And then inside we have operations and then delivery, how the outputs are produced based using the inputs coming from outside. And then we have a much more intangible layer outside, encapsulating the entire three components. There is a kind of a relationship between the NSOs and the society, like a social contract between the NSOs and the society, like general expectation that society have on the official statistics as well as NSOs. So I think from the input side, the AI has a very great contributions that we have observed so far. So AI, I think many of offices here already experience this efficiency improvement. They are particularly good at processing a large quantity of data. So this is a really crucial factor or accelerator to use this, so-called secondary data, which is becoming more and more prominent and important as primary data. But still, I think the impact could be still not as radical because I think there exists already some legacy system, like a rule-based system. So maybe the impact is maybe not so radical. But I think when we move to the output side, I think it gets a little bit more complicated. So obviously the form of delivery of outputs have evolved over the years. There was a paper yearbook, and CD-ROMs, and then now web-based database, and the social media, and so on. But I think now what is really distinctive and disruptive, not in a negative sense, but in a sense that it's radical, is that now, before we used to expect that there will be humans receiving this data, but now it's not the case anymore. More and more, there will be AI behind that needs to access and understand and interpret this data. I think maybe last 10 years, statistical organizations adopted some machines acting as intermediary between the humans and the NSOs, like API or search optimization strategies and so on. But now what is behind it, we can no longer expect it will be human, like connecting dots. There is no tricking machines. Machine understand as it is shown. So I think really depending on the which component that we look at or the use cases we look at, in general, I would say the evolution, but then the characteristic could be disruptive nature.
Thank you very much.
Hello. So first of all, thank you for having me. The first comment would be about if we are talking about this global scale or regional scale, then I am here representing a country of 1.3 million people. So obviously, it's very different from South Korea or for Mexico or compared to even smaller countries from Europe, like Ireland or England. So definitely, if we are talking about country-wise, AI is giving, and the scale of disruptive or evolutionary side, then definitely AI gives us the opportunity to very, I think, a disruptive way or to scale things up in matters that matter the most for a small country. For Estonia, for example, when we are talking about preserving our culture, our language, then definitely AI gives us much bigger tools, opportunities to preserve our culture, our language. I can tell more about it in our next question. but when coming to this official statistics, the matter that we are here for, then I think I would put myself, when I'm looking at the disruptive or evolutionary side, I would put myself in the middle. I think it's disruptive in a sense that all the other speakers already mentioned as well, that it definitely introduces and will bring new challenges in all the aspects of how NSOs operate. So you already mentioned the expectations from users, from also data providers. These are definitely ahead of time that we can actually currently provide, but we have to take them into account. So it definitely shakes the way we are used to work, from data collection to who we hire. It has a big impact. However, I think now coming to this evolutionary side, that NSOs as a whole, by default, are conservative, and this is actually one of our strengths in this matter as well, because our aim is to be this stable and trustworthy source of data, guided by the fundamental principles of statistics that have that have not given up in time, right? So they have been here since 1994. So these principles should be able to guide us during these different times and technical opportunities, and enable a smooth transition and evolution even during disruptive times. And I think that these are actually our strengths in this matter as well. We have the main currency we have is trust, the public trust, and in times of fake news, alternative facts, all these different sources of data, this is definitely, we are the beacon of light, I would say, in these times. As we still have the public trust, we provide the data that is trustworthy, that is guided by these principles. So yes, I'm in the middle of the scale. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you very much. Frankie, would you like to tell us where you stand on this evolution disruption?
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me here today, and to both COSTAT and OECD for a fantastic organisation of this conference. So I'm probably a little bit the same as most other panels. I think it's potential for both. And I think I say that because I think it depends a bit on where and how it's being used. And actually, I don't think we know the answer to this question yet. We really don't know what the size of the disruption will be. And I suppose the reason I say that, if you think about AI, in some ways, it isn't particularly new. Steve mentioned Alan Turing. There's a quote that it started at Dartmouth College back in 1956, and that it was potentially being used before that. So why are we suddenly all talking about it quite so much? And I think a lot of that goes back to November the 30th, 2022, when ChatGPT launched. And I think the world went a bit mad, and I don't think we've quite recovered from that situation yet. I think we're right at the height, potentially, of the hype cycle. So, you know, we've been, we're at that height of inflated expectations. We think maybe it's going to disrupt everything we do, but we don't really know, and we don't know how. So we could potentially be going into the trough of disillusionment next, and then hopefully it will plateau out and we'll understand a lot more about what we're doing. And this reminds me a little bit of data science. 10 years ago, the world was going to be solved, our world was going to be solved at all, you know, by data science. And has it been useful? Of course it has. Has it fundamentally changed everything we do? No, I would argue that it hasn't. We still produce the same statistics, and there's still Many of the methods we use are still the same. So I think there is a risk that we could inflate the issue and the use of potentially of AI. But I do think there will be these different levels and different ways that we're going to change. And I think AI probably will have a more significant impact on data science. If we think about some of the problems that we have, we're dealing with the data deluge, our data is much more complex, and are some of the patterns in the data that we want to use too complex for traditional statistical methods. We know we need faster insights and we need to cover a range of more complex policy areas. And I do think these will all be helped by AI. I actually think one of the biggest changes could be is how our data is found and consumed. I think about for the less expert users, it's going to be much more around natural language queries. And as Jung mentioned, a lot more machine to machine in terms of that data. And it could be that many of our users will start consuming our data through LLMs, and Steve covered some of the real challenges in that situation as well. So there are lots of risks that we have to think about. We have to make sure that we continue to be transparent. That's been touched on. Ethics and governance continue to be fundamental to this. And I use the word continue deliberately because many of those things are still important at the moment. The pillars that my colleague Graciela mentioned, but no doubt the things around data quality is a lot more challenging because we don't have direct control over the quality in a way that we do when we have surveys. And we do have to think about all of the new skills that are required in dealing with AI. But again, we already have the skills to think about how we analyze data and how we review it. So I think it's probably adapting and evolving those skills into the world of AI. And I think many NSIs are taking on a role of data stewardship. And I think working with, and a lot of that is about trying to work with organizations that create the data we use. And we can do that. Steve touched on this, things like SDMX. I think having those common standards for data and metadata are going to be fundamental to what we do. So I suppose, having said all of that, I'm probably a bit more maybe on the evolution side of it, but it could be wrong. It could completely turn our world upside down. If AI allows us to produce statistics at a hugely increased speed, could we ever get to statistics on demand? Rather than regular outputs, could AI enable our users to request what is the current GDP, inflation when they want it, rather than to our own set timetable? If AI can estimate GDP in minutes, do we still need quarterly reports? Would we want to? We're quite a conservative bunch, and I suspect none of that will happen. But I think there are some really interesting questions. Will there even be a website to go to anymore? So I think it could be very disruptive, but I'm not so sure that it will be.
So thank you all very much. Very thoughtful reflections. So you've heard it. We are mostly on the evolution side here. A few more we don't know. Those revolutionaries here in the room, please feel included. If you have a question or an argument to tell us it's a revolution, please keep it for the question afterwards and expose our panelists, please. So thank you very much. We'll move to the round 2 of questions, which is to ask you in your specific region or domain, what is the most meaningful shift AI introduced in the last couple of years, and how are you responding? And again, I'll start with you, Graciela.
Thank you, Francois. We prepare several, there is a possibility of answering this question in several paths. I choose one, which is perhaps the most significant change that driven by AI at INEGI, which is the coding-based large language models, the now so-called LLMs. These innovations are in our organization, reshaping how data is designed, governed, and utilized. And it's perhaps the way in which the workforce is now thinking the use of AI in the production of official statistics. The most notable change has been the substantial improvement in the efficiency and quality of coding textual responses, transforming them into structured and coded data. And that is something that across the organization, people is regarding as a helpful tool. The AI system enhances human expertise by automatically coding large shares of collected data while reserving, and this is important, while reserving more complex cases for manual review and validation by human experts. So it's not only using or adopting AI for this coded data, but also the combination with the human expertise. And that is something that it's aligned with our position of more on the evolutionary type of adoption. Following this premise, for the processing of one of our largest surveys, we developed a model for occupation classification with a flexible balance between processing speed and data quality. Instead of aiming at total automation, we used the model in 50% of the questionnaires, reaching a precision rate of 94.3%, while the rest, the other half, is still classified in the traditional fashion. Our strategy is optimizing resources by combining the speed of automation with the meticulousness of human oversight. So that combination is resulting in an easy adoption of the AI model. This capability also addresses challenges related to data, and particularly data imbalance, and enables decision makers to control the trade-off between cost reduction and the preservation of information quality. And that is something that I think we are comfortable with as the evolution of AI in itself yields a more precise results for the 50% that we are still processing in the traditional fashion. Thank you.
Thank you, Graziella. So, Bonjour, what's the biggest shift AI introduced, and how are you responding to it in KOSTAT?
First of all, we are at the initial stage, AI for statistics and statistics for AI. Well, this is the initiative that we would like to introduce to adopt AI. So let me introduce some of the factors of that with characteristics. In terms of AI for statistics, the demand of statistics users has been changing very rapidly. To address this, Statistics Korea has adopted experimental statistics to respond to that, like a cleansing of the online product pricing and also AI-driven population projection. These are the initiatives that we are considering. And also in terms of statistics production, to apply AI more efficiently, we are planning the automation of AI-based statistics, which are already applied to different aspects. But the overall GSBPM discussion has not been made. It is still at the burgeoning point. And from the perspective of statistics for AI, for the sake of AI ecosystem and statistics ecosystem, Statistics Korea is focusing on the extensive development of statistics and data. And in addition to that, we will leverage linkage with data center or metadata for the better use of AI by entities and establishments and different users. And for the advancement of AI, we also work on the measuring of AI impact on economy and society, like the population consensus and economic survey, which will apply AI in measuring different factors. And this will be used as the basic resources for the AI-driven statistics. And there are several focuses of Statistics Korea. One of them is service sector, because ChatGPT and LLM is used in a breakthrough way, and that is also impacting us. And if LLM is used to gen AI, then limited data usage is not only seen to experts, but through LLM-based AI, the entry barrier has been lowered significantly, but with some limitations such as security or limited access to data and data protection. So these are the concerns that we are focusing on, and as a result, we have launched 2 initiatives to minimize AI hallucination. AI will provide metadata, AI-ready metadata. The core idea is to help AI to interpret and translate data in a logical manner. So we would like to design a statistics ontology, and this topic will be discussed during session 3 tomorrow, so please stay tuned. And the second approach is the profound data within the firewall will be accessed by grand public. And this is another task or project that we are working on. We have a statistics register to enable the different linked data through statistics data center, and receive many researchers and policymakers and experts from industry and even individuals, and they can access freely the data center based on independent Gen AI, and this is our plan.
Stay tuned for your presentation on metadata, definitely. In-kyung, from your privileged situation at UNECE, what do you see as main shifts in AI, if at all one?
Yeah, so actually my affiliation is the UN Economic Commission for Europe, but I don't think I can represent the European region, because I work for the HLGMOS, the high-level group for the modernization of official statistics, where INEGI, Statistics Korea, or Korea National Data Agency now, and then the OECDs are all members. So I don't think I can represent the region, the European region. And I did a soul searching, what is my domain, because I don't work in a particular traditional statistical domain like economics, social. And I think I can classify myself as maybe cross-domain modernization, innovation area as my work area. And so I thought, given the composition of a panel where the other panelists are coming from a National Statistics Office, I thought that maybe it could be more useful to add some reflection on the boost that AI has created for the other emerging technologies and then the innovation, such as open source, which I think is no less important than AI for the official statistics producer, if not more. And so if I think about the transaction that we have followed with the HLGMOS about the AI, so we start with the HLGMOS, I have a privilege and then the great fortune of being able to work with the various working areas in the National Statistics Office. So we work with AI experts, but also metadata experts. We work with the data collection experts, but also communication experts, which are very different in terms of expertise. And I think AI reached some a certain level of penetration in the many NSOs right now. So we started the first AI-related work in 2018. And then when we started, there were only very handful of data scientists, very innovative methodologists or statisticians working on AI. And then maybe 1 or 2 years later, I started singing this dealt with it as a topic in the meetings of subject matter experts like price statistics, migration statistics, census. And then maybe another 1, 2 years later, I started singing. It's discussed as a very significant theme in the cross-domain functions like data collection people. So these people are providing centralized corporate service for the entire organization, not just a specific domain. So I think that this really means that it's quite a spread. And I think, I mean, I'm not saying that all people in the NSOs, National Statistics Office, are AI experts or data scientists, but I think that there is really growing, steady growth of people who are getting their hands into AI. And I think as people started using AI, experimenting with the AI, developing something, they are getting also familiar with open source in one way or another. They use open source software programming language, or they use orchestration tools or some framework. So people are getting into more open source tooling in their skill set. And I think I mean, these days, many new developments are happening in the open source area. And so it's not just an economic choice to use open source, but it's actually foolish not to use it because you are missing out a lot. So I think in this sense, maybe AI help really accelerating the adoption or spreading notion of open source within the organization over the years. And if I may add something, maybe this is my wishful thinking, but I hope that AI or adoption of AI can also create some shift of a mindset, how people work in the statistical organization in a more agile, adaptive, or iterative mindset. Because I think historically, many major technological changes introduce also shift of a mindset, not just the physical capability. Like, for example, the printing press machines, it didn't create just a lot of books. It also democratized access to the knowledge, and it also made people think more critically instead of just following whatever church or king say. And I think also mechanization powered by a steam engine also create us more like a time-disciplined work culture and the more emphasis on the efficiencies and so on. And I'm hoping that with the more and more citizen data scientists shaping in the statistical organization, and they go through this typical AI development cycle, like piloting, scaling, monitoring, and retraining, and so on. They become, the work culture also becomes more like agile, adaptive, and continuous improvement, and so on. I know this may not be something that already happened, and probably at best this is still in the making. But I wanted to add this point because usually culture is the most difficult thing to change in any organization. And I'm hoping that the technological adaptation also introduces some type of cultural changes.
Thank you very much, Chae In-kyung. And I can only relate to what you're saying. That's also something which we see in the OECD, where AI-driven innovation is very much a bottom-up thing, which is really new for the OECD. We in the Statistics and Data Directorate learn a lot from what is happening in other directorates. And I think that's a real innovation management challenge, which we are in at the moment. So thank you very much. I'll move on to Lina now. Same question, the most important shift or meaningful shift AI has introduced to your organization and how you're responding.
Okay, so again, I would start with the regional background for context. So I guess coming from Europe, and it's no news to anybody, but compared to other parts of the world, I think Europe has always taken the more conservative role or more conservative perspective to new things when we are talking about, for example, data protection. In 2018, GDPR was introduced, which is quite strict regulation on how we should process personal data. And AI definitely has to go with it. Right now, I think it's quite it will be a big challenge how they will work together, coming to the AI directive that was put into force last year. So Europe, as a region, is really thinking hard, I think, how these two should go together, and how we can be very, very innovative and competitive compared to the rest of the world, but at the same time not forget the protection of personal data. And in Estonia, we are really, really proud of our digital tiger, or the reputation that we have. We are, as a small country, I think it gives us the edge that we can actually try different things also in AI-wise and see really quickly if they work, if they're not working. But also, for context, Estonian people are really, I would say, aware of different data-related risks. So we, from our citizens, 80% want to have an overview of data collected of them. And 54% are aware of this data tracker service that we have. So it shows how the government is processing their personal data. So it definitely shows a culture of awareness from our people that we have to take into account in also in our office as well. So culture definitely plays a part, not only on the institutional level, but also when we are talking about the region, when we are talking about bigger picture. But I think from AI-wise, what we are thinking, what the AI has brought to us in the last 2 years, is that we are more and more talking about data governance. We have seen a shift from the governmental side as well, that it's seen as a basis. So we cannot get quality data, we cannot get quick decisions for politicians or policymakers based on even using these AI tools if we don't have quality data. So this definitely means that you have to deal with data descriptions and metadata and so on. So currently we have a project in-house as well, dealing with how we can automate data descriptions using AI. But also, in addition to data governance, as I mentioned, data quality is the biggest thing, because we can see that if data is used not correctly, it has a very big impact and response from the public, from policymakers. In the times of all these different data sources, the question, if we make some kind of mistake in that, then the question is, who can we trust if not you? So definitely this is the main issue. And also data literacy. So yes, we need to be visible in all the places where decisions are made. So I think this is something that I mentioned that it is not mentioned here before, but we need to take into account the ways people in different ages search and consume information, how to tackle fake news, fake data, and able to compete with different data providers. So what I mean is that we need to be there where, first of all, different people in different ages consume information. For example, young people, they only have Snapchats, TikToks, and so on. They are not coming to our database, but we cannot be there right now. And secondly, we need to provide our data so that it is easily readable, and it is also in the ChatGPT where people are looking for information. Currently, we are not really sure that we are the first ones that come across there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Frankie, please.
Great, thank you. I think this is a really interesting question because I suppose partly because I'm not entirely convinced there's been a meaningful shift yet in the world of official statistics. As I touched on earlier, I think many organizations are still trying to figure out how to use AI, what impact it will have, and is there a degree of having a solution looking for a problem right now? I would say that clearly it is being used, and I would see that the best progress tends to be where there's a clear business need, and AI is being used to help solve something that the statistics world has already been struggling with. And I think some of my colleagues on this panel have touched on a few of these around things like text classification, coding, use of satellite and Earth observation data. I have two sort of slightly different hats here. My first hat is representing the Central Statistics Office of Ireland, which I'll just touch on briefly what we're doing. I would say a bit like Francois was saying, a lot of the initial growth around data science and AI has been bottom up. We've used it in a couple of cases. For example, Steve touched on the world of SaaS. We're moving from SaaS to open source, which Ink-Young mentioned, and we've used AI to effectively help do the code conversion on that. Not as we're using it in I suppose, a careful way. It gives us a first cut, we then test, etc. But it has been very useful in building momentum and speeding that process up. We've also used it to help in text coding, our causes of death. We've been using that to just do the classic stuff that I'm sure many of you are using, tidy up spelling mistakes, tidy up language, so sort of classic data cleaning, but then to actually help identify some of those causes of death, as doctors can be quite interesting in terms of how they decide why somebody died. And we've seen about a 10% increase in the automation of causes of death. The other thing I said, I have two hats. My other hat is that Ireland leads a consortium, an EU consortium, on creation of a one-stop shop for artificial intelligence and machine learning. And this is very much around providing, I suppose, it's, again, classic in the statistics world. We do better when we collaborate. We all have limited resources. We know that the adoption of things like AI is really expensive. We have limited skills, limited resources. So the EU is, as it can be very good at doing, is bringing different countries together to try and create common resources that everybody can use. And this is really about how can we accelerate the experimentation from, and then actually get it into production, because I think we're quite good at experimenting. I think we're quite good at doing proof of concepts, and I think AI is in the same class of this. How much do we then really embed it in what we do as NSOs on an everyday basis? And I think that can take a long time. The idea behind this project is to try and accelerate it. I can see two of my colleagues over here are involved in the project as well. And we're doing this in two different ways. We're basically creating a whole series of use cases. So they cover a whole different range of topics. So yes, editing, imputation, Earth observation, text classification. We've got one on synthetic data. We're looking at how do LLMs impact on the world, and how can they be used in the world of statistics. And what we then do, the idea is that we then provide those resources. We're looking at developing best practice guides. We're looking at developing frameworks. How can we think about quality? One of our work packages is looking at creating a total quality model for the use of machine learning, so that we have the same way of assessing the quality that we do with surveys. We're providing training material so that people anywhere can have access to those resources. So I think it's a really exciting project, and I think it could be one where we can really, I suppose, accelerate that use, but in a way that is cost effective. And it isn't just about, I suppose, about resources. It's also trying to give countries, small and large, the confidence to use AI and machine learning, because it can be scary. I think, again, Steve sort of talked about the idea about being able to fail, to experiment, to try things out. But if we can do that as a community and learn from each other's failures as well as learning from each other's success, then I think we've got a much better way of being able to really get the benefits of AI and machine learning more quickly.
Thank you very much, Frankie. And thank you for explaining to us how we learn and how we can grow and put stuff in production eventually. The fact is many NSOs are not afraid to tell us they are lost on AI. And we should not pretend everyone sees the picture too rosy. Lots of agencies struggle to know how to start and where to start, and that's very essential what you're saying here, Frankie. And that goes quite nicely to our last question, which is forward-looking. And I'd like to have your views on what you think is the most important thing which the global statistical community should prioritize navigating the AI innovation. So you touched a bit, Frankie, on this, but if you have 1 minute and one piece of advice to give us in the OECD, in the UN, or Eurostat, or elsewhere, and Graciela, what would it be?
Well, the very short version is back to basics. A bit larger version is that data confidentiality and the resulting public trust are the foundational pillars for legitimacy and effectiveness of any national statistical office in its mission to provide truthful information and in the responsible adoption of advanced technologies such as artificial intelligence.
Thank you very much. Back to basics. I'll keep this in mind. What would it be?
Well, I am pretty much on the same page as previous speakers. We need to redesign the responsibility of NSOs and also statistical accountability by statistical community, considering the challenges of AI. How to implement evidence-based statistics will be the essential question, and there should be prerequisites or criteria that should be defined by the statistical institutions and global statistical community. And when it comes to AI governance, this question has not been dealt with in a profound way and has not been possible practically. So this should be the specific role that we should play as a community.
Yeah, so from my side, it will be we need to work together more than ever to join the standard setting conversation happening around the AI ecosystem right now. So I think as someone from international organizations, it's almost our mantra and the slogan, work together, share experimental burden, and then collaborate, exchange of knowledge and experiences. But I think the importance of international collaboration is stronger than ever because there are a lot of standards emerging in the AI space. And if the private sector is converging around a certain standard, we have to also be able to work around this shared protocol as a community and as an industry, and then saying that this is our standard and this is our protocol. Let's work together.
Excellent.
Yeah.
preparatory phase, one sentence. So I even prepared the sentence. But actually, my predecessor already mentioned what I also wanted to mention. I think one of the things, the main thing is global collaboration. That's why we're here today. The impact transcends national borders, and the global statistical community must collaborate internationally to harmonize standards, share best practices, and develop a collective approach to address the ethical and technical challenges that the AI poses to us. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Frankie.
I think we're going to finish as we started in a very similar way. Basically, don't forget our core purpose. What we're here to do is to produce statistics. That is our job. It's the production of official statistics, and therefore AI is a tool in order to make us all hopefully do our jobs better. And therefore, I think it's really important that the decisions around AI innovation are made in that context. Having said that, I do think we need to balance that with the need to be bold so that we don't get left behind. There is this risk that others will start producing statistics. We have to make sure that our statistics are front and center, that they are trusted, that they are transparent, that they are well understood. But we have to do that in a way that is how citizens want to consume our statistics. So we have to meet them where they are. The same with government, the same with businesses. So don't forget our core purpose. AI is a tool.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much for these thoughtful reflections. These conclude the first segment of the panel. And I think we have like 15 minutes to hear from you guys. And you should just raise your hand, I believe. And we have running mics. So ask your questions, and we might take a couple of them or a few of them before turning back to the panel. We have one question here. So before your question, just tell us your name and your affiliation, please. And you can stand up so people can see you.
Thank you very much. Christian Ramsbach from the OECD, working essentially on data governance more broadly. The question that I had is essentially starting with the appreciation of Francesca's first statement about the reminding us that AI has been there for a long time. And I think we were referring to Turing, as David was. And I wondered if the question whether an evolution or a revolution actually also depend on what we mean by the AI, meaning if we're talking about AI more broadly or if we're talking about generative AI more specifically, which I have the feeling that a lot of people are talking about while still using that broad term AI. So my question is, would you have a different statement if focusing explicitly on generative AI? And the last point, also referring to Francesca's, in the first round of comments, you were referring to how AI, I guess also generative AI, could basically help us redefine how we produce data products that are typically produced by statistical agencies, like, for instance, even the website. And I had to think about basically the time when HTML were handwritten, and then it was basically automated with PHP, which was handwritten, and now we are basically in a phase where the PHP code is AI generated, but the prompts are actually handwritten. And so my question there is, I note that we don't have a quality assurance framework for the prompts at the moment, while we have it for code development. So I wonder also, what is all the panelists' take on that, also referring to Steve's reference to that we need quality assurance frameworks for how data is assessed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we had another question here, same table, and then one at the back.
Yes, this is Manuel from UNICEF. I work mostly on the data technology innovation. That was an amazing panel, and I like to see a lot of, I love seeing how much of that evolution of a revolution framework it is, but one question I have for that I haven't heard enough here is how much you think AI is challenging the world for which the official statistics world was meaningful. Meaning, you were talking about the main currency of this world is trust, but we're seeing the post-truth era taking effect, how AI is actually making that more difficult to distinguish who is an expert from who is not. We are talking, or you were talking also about validation by human experts being one of the main core values that we can provide in this space, but how much money is already Meta and these companies putting in validation by humans, but not of this community. So a little bit wanting to hear your reflection on how much you think AI is changing the world outside of official statistics, a world that was kind of dominated not so long ago by the official statistics community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the third question goes, yes.
Yes, thank you. I'm from Statistics Korea. I have a question regarding the transparency problem. There were many talks about open sources and transparency, but there was also a mention about security. Some might argue that these are conflicting values. So my question is, how would you balance those transparency and security while incorporating AI technologies into the workplace? My another question is that in terms of experimentation of AI technologies, what strategies would there be to promote and justify the potentially substantial cost for it to the masses? What benefits could it bring to, like, in terms of individuals? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll give the floor back to the panelists. I believe we'll have time for another round of questions. So 3 questions, very different. I'm not going to point any of them to use individually, but feel free to touch on the 3 of them. One was on definition and the impact of AI definition on what we were speaking about, and the question of quality frameworks for AI. The other one was looking at outside official statistics and the impact of AI on the world and how it turns into statistics eventually. And this last one on incentives and transparency. So I don't know who wants to start on some of these questions. Yes, In-kyung, please.
Maybe it's easier to go first.
Absolutely, Kevin, move.
Yeah, so I will maybe try to address the first question of the last speaker about the transparencies and the securities. So as I mentioned, I regularly work with the communication experts, and they are very seriously worried about how to communicate the use of AI, generative AI, to the public, because it's their main job, like managing the brand and that they're doing risk assessment about the reputation harms and so on. So we have actually working group looking at the impact of generative AI on the communication and what is the communication strategies in different organizations. And yeah, I think in terms of transparency, it has to be quite a stepwise approach, because even statistical methods, I mean, NSOs always say we release all the methodology, but it has to be distilled in a way that the users can digest. And I think it gets much more complicated when it comes to AI, because AI itself is quite a black box, and then you don't know to what extent you have to disclose information. And I think one popular, at least the current approach, is having some output-specific disclaimer about, okay, this is assisted by AI, and then it was a fully, there was a full authorization of humans behind, and so on. So I think it doesn't have to be like full transparency where you to open, you're opening everything, because then there is this issue of security coming up. But then maybe we have to find like a stepwise approach where we are comfortable and there is agreement between the different NSOs. Okay, this is safe to disclose, and that this is also increasing the confidence and the trust in the public that okay, AI is being used in the official statistic, but there is a human behind. So I think there is no answer as to what is the level of a transparency journey. But then I think one thing one thing that is sure is that there are steps, and that we are starting this journey and the conversation, at least among the communication experts right now.
Thank you, In-kyung. Yes, Funky?
I would agree with Ying on a lot of that. I suppose just to maybe touch on the first question, I think you make a very good point, the difference between generative AI and AI, and I think you're probably right. I think generative AI probably has the potential to be more disruptive and more revolutionary, and AI, because it's very broad, machine learning, etc., is probably more evolution. I think, again, the point around sort of prompt engineering, yes, I think that's a really interesting point, and I mean, you know, I suppose touching into the second question, is AI disrupting the world? Yes, people are very scared about it, you know, because well, we all have jobs, but then on the other hand, you think, well, it's going to create a whole bunch of new jobs, and actually prompt engineering may well be one of those. And I do think around the quality assurance, I suppose to go back to the project I was leading, part of that is to think about what quality frameworks we need. And I think also around touching into the question around AI and experts, I think it goes back to, I suppose, having the standards there, trying to work with tech companies. I know we have a colleague here from Google, about how do we try and make sure that the data they're using is properly sourced, that it is cited, that they are using the standards, so that, if I'm honest, I think they have a responsibility to ensure that the answers that they produce are the ones that are from high quality sources, and that they can be easily distinguished by the consumers of which one has got a badge, for want of a better phrase, of official statistics. And therefore, it's not just taking an average of all of the different sources it has, that effectively it boosts official statistics. And on the UN ECE, we're working on a project to really try and think about how do we collaborate with tech companies. And that goes back to, I suppose, touching into, you know, the validation by humans. What are they doing to ensure that the answers that we're getting and consuming are ones that have fundamentally agree to our quality standards as well. So just a few thoughts. I'll leave others to have a go.
Thank you. Graciela?
Yes, I would like to touch on the first question and on the, let's see, the second one. In history, revolutionaries usually didn't know they were launching a revolution. So that is true for the French Revolution, or that is true for many revolutions across the globe. So whether it's generative AI or just AI, we don't know. And if it's a revolution, it already happened. So let's historians debate, and we need to manage what is going on. So it's not avoiding the answer, but it's something that I mean, just try to manage the change. And the second one, yes, I think we might have lost control on the information monopoly, but that happened before. That ecosystem really changed when, not with the AI adoption, but way before. At least that's the case in Mexico, in which data, it's no longer a monopoly of the National Statistical Office, But that's why we started as a community, started discussing the role of stewardship, data stewardship. And so we need to understand our role as stewards of data before AI, and now with AI, I think that role is enhanced.
저도 뭐 간단하게 말씀을 드릴게요.
Well, let me simply address that too. Well, the biggest transformation of AI is explosive. As said earlier, it could be evolutive and it could also be disruptive. So the scope of AI should be defined and it will be definitely meaningful. But in terms of global statistical community's approach, we are still at the initial stage of approaching, and that is why the only solution we have is to be comprehensive or to have an overarching view on that. And concerning the second question, yes, this is the common question that we would like to find an answer to. Well, when it comes to the outcome of AI, with the deliverables of AI, what kind of role could and should the humanity be playing, and how can we deal with that? We need to explore our own experiences or else best use cases by sharing different scenarios of each region and country. There's no cookie cutter answer to this question, so this is the only statement that I could make for now. And concerning the third question pertaining to transparency, well, you have pointed out the open source issue in relation with security. Well, here's the approach of Korean statistics, Statistics Korea. Well, the openness of data will be maximized only with the maximum non-identified data. And when we try to use AI information, we will only be able to use internal AI-based information or data. I'm not sure if I have properly addressed that question, but it is sure that that question should be discussed altogether. And in relation with cost-benefit analysis, yes, it is true that each country's statistical institutions and global statistical community, we are now questioning something that has not produced the ultimate outcome or deliverables yet, and that is why collaboration between private and public sector is quite necessary.
Thank you very much.
Just on the second question, I agree with Francesca, with Graziella, but I think our strength is on that we already have the standards and we already have and the principles, we have what to rely on compared to our competitors or other businesses who also deal with data. We have the standard to be neutral. We are independent. So at the end, this is still what we are. At the core of our business is that we provide trustworthy data. We are not biased. We rely on all the principles that I think are on the rise if we look at the society, that for them, for people, I think it's never before has become more important to be aware of and of the how the information is put together, how the data is put together. So we are already transparent, we are already neutral. So this is that we can stand on.
Thank you very much. We have an online question. I believe we have a bit of time. I'm asking the MC, can we open for another round of questions?
Yes, yes.
Yeah?
We have about 15 minutes maximum.
Wonderful. So, yes, Osama here. If you have other questions, please raise your hand. Yes, one in the middle up there. Yes, please, Osama. Well, you'll be second. Yes, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Well, I will say that I agree that if we consider AI as just another tool.
Can you tell us who you are and
sorry,
work
sorry.
for? Thank you.
Sorry. I'm Elio from INEGI, Mexico. Yes, sorry. I will say that I agree if we consider AI just another tool, its adoption is more evolutionary than disruptive. But what happens if we start viewing AI agents as a new type of user? Would it still be an evolutionary change or something more disruptive? Should NSOs begin to consider AI agents as users in their systems and processes? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Osama, just here.
Thank you. Osama Rahman from the Office for National Statistics in the UK. I've got a question about informing the public, because we always talk about informing the public. And what the issue is here is the issue that there's now general knowledge about Gen AI and some of the issues around it. Because I do wonder how well we actually inform the public rather than expert users about the use of our proprietary software, such as Excel or FAME or SAS. And do we know that all the code underpinning these is robust and error-free? I mean, if the public knew how easy it is to make a cell transposition error in Excel, I wonder if they'd be trusting us to use it. Or is it simply that with our traditional methods, we can have confidence because we can kind of hand calculate some of our methodologies using small data? So is the issue black box because we do use black box tools, right? So using FAME and SAS and Excel is essentially black box. We do not know the code underpinning these. We do not see the code underpinning these. So is the issue black box, or is it replicability, which becomes a bit of an issue when you use Gen AI, or is it simply the speed of change?
Thank you very much. That's your last chance. Raise your hand. Okay, we have a question from online. I need my glasses here. So from Dr. Srivastavar from the Government of India, Ministry of Statistics and Program Implementation. My question to the speakers, how can AI help in the integration of admin data with survey data for better estimates with high precision? So I think, I think you spoke to this a bit. So again, 3 questions. I'm just checking the room here. No last burning question, right? It's your last chance. Good. So 3 questions, again, different questions. The first one is the most... Yeah, Frankie, you've been always last, so you can be first.
Oh gosh, they're all quite hard, aren't they? So, yeah, thinking about AI, I definitely agree with Elliot. And I suppose that was touching on the fact that I sort of see increasingly with AI and the use of, I suppose, APIs and effectively machine to machine. I mean, I think agentic AI is, I suppose, another interesting concept, and it could help in areas, for example, around surveys. I'm aware of a bit of work that ONS have been doing, and oh gosh, another country somewhere like Kazakhstan, but I may have got that one wrong. But they're sort of using it to help improve the quality and make it easier to answer surveys. And I suppose that then potentially touches into the question around blending sort of survey and administrative data. So it's almost like, for example, when the labour force survey, what's your occupation? Somebody says engineer. Well, what's that? It could be 20 different types of engineer, and it can then ask the next question to say, well, do you mean software? Do you mean roads, civil engineering? So I think it could genuinely help in that sense around agentic AI, but I think we have to make sure our data is readable by machines, absolutely, 100%. I think we do that. We do that already. Most organizations have APIs. But I suppose it goes back to the point of actually making sure our metadata is also is readable as well, and that the two come together. And I think that is incredibly important. To Osama's question, I'm just going to answer and just say, well, I think it's all three, just because I don't want to have to make a decision about that. Yes, black box. It goes back to the point around transparency, explainability, all of those facets of AI, which I think are incredibly important, and I completely agree. I think it was you that said we have to do it in a way that can be consumed by users. So I think absolutely black box is a problem. I think replicating is a problem. I think speed of change is a problem. So I think in informing the public how to try and do all of that in a way that they understand is really difficult, but I think it's always been difficult. I think most public don't consume statistics all of the time, and actually some of the communications on how we present data and the visualizations, I think, can help that. And maybe which ones worry about black box more, experts or actually the public? And that goes back to trusting the organization that is providing them, I think, is the most important thing of all in those. And that's why I think we have to really maintain that as our fundamental, because if they trust us, they may not worry. An example, sorry, I will let somebody else speak, but there was some research done by Amazon around, did people worry about cloud computing or on-prem? Actually, when you explained it to them, they didn't actually care too much. It was, who is the organization holding my data trustworthy? I trust you to make the best decisions about where to hold it. So I think it's the organizations that we need to maintain that trust.
Thank you very much, Frankie. Yes, Graziella.
Just really briefly, we have the timer on, so that indicates the remaining time for this session.
Thank you. Yeah, I would like to touch on the question on the black box and the transparency. I think the novelty of AI makes us aware of the pitfalls of the past. So we didn't reveal all what we did step by step before AI. And now with AI, we think we have to make transparent every single detail. But perhaps it's not for the public, it's for ourselves. And that is because we are not fully convinced. And since we're not fully convinced, we have to convince ourselves before sending the information to others. So I think this is a transition, and eventually we'll get a plateau in which we're comfortable in communicating what is really important, because perhaps the public didn't really care, or most of the public didn't care, but we do. So it's like transparency for ourselves. So we need to reflect on that. I don't know. I mean, it's just a hypothesis I'm putting in place here. And for the questions from the virtual part, I think, again, AI might be very helpful, but as long as we do not resolve the problems with administrative data, so AI might be helpful, but if administrative records keep changing and changing, that wouldn't be solved by AI in itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Graciela. Any last thoughts from, yes, thank you.
Yeah, so I want to touch on Osama's question, and it's an interesting point. Maybe we find the comfortable delegating this responsibility to these big companies historically, and then it was just accepted as a practice. But I think I agree that like Frankie, all three elements are important. But I think there is another, which is public expectations. Because I think it's not just that NSOs operating as it is, it has been, but also public attitudes are changing. I was in one of our meetings, and it was about something around the ethics, and then there was one delegate saying that, oh, our agency exists for 130 years, but it's only recently where we started talking about ethics very seriously. Because NSO started using more microdata, but also public expectation grows much higher. And I think in terms of AI, especially generative AI, there are still a mix of fear and uncertainty. Some people think it's going to replace them, and it's going to be beginning of the end of the world. So I think NSOs also need to respond to this heightened sense of public sentiment, and more observe what they are thinking and respond to that level. So I think it's a black box speed of changes and replicability, but it's also public sentiment playing a role there.
Yes, Lina?
I think we also have to think about who is the public. In our office, we have had a fragment analysis on who we are actually dealing with. So we have policymakers, but when we're talking about the public, it's the youth. We are collaborating with universities. We are collaborating with high schools to enhance data literacy, to introduce ourselves to young people, how to gather information, how to have critical thinking on source assessment and so on. So I think this is the best that we can do. But we also have a very good social media presence where we actually explain in a very easily and simple language, very difficult and complex matters. So I think this also helps, but collaboration is the key, I think, here. We cannot do it alone.
So would you like to give a few words?
Above all, the role of NSO is, as said earlier, to support evidence-based policies. And in that sense, the deliverables that the public would like to use as evidence should secure the transparent explanation. That's the effort that we have to make as a responsible stewards of data by NSOs. I totally agree with the ideas of predecessors. And pertaining to the third question raised by our Indian colleague, well, I would like to share a kind of similar example, which is not directly related to AI, but that could give you a possibility to think over. It's the combination of administrative data, and administrative data is used to establish a statistical register. So as the colleague has just said, the cleansing of data will pose another challenge. But administrative data and survey data should be linked in order to produce a meaningful outcome, can be implemented by AI search engine. Then what kind of linkage methodologies should be applied or implemented? That could be the first question. And to address that question, the cleansing process and projection value by a general set of data and survey data. Survey data is more related to population. So these type of processes and steps will be leveraged by GSBPM and the basis of AI. So that could be one of the directions that you could take into account. Thank you.
Very, very much. I think this brings us to an end of this first panel. We have 1 more minute to go, so we'll finish right on time. So I'd like again to thank you, our great panelists, for such thoughtful reflections. I think you spoke very well to the complexity of the question of AI and official statistics. I liked how you brought practical examples and made links to the follow-up sessions this afternoon and tomorrow. Thank you also for the engagement of participants, also online. Thank you for being with us. I'm not going to make a summary of the interventions. I think Gen AI has done it already much better than what I could do. But to me, I heard 3 things from our panelists. One is trust by design, and I think you repeated it. If we use AI in our work and as we are using it, then we must build in transparency, quality, and safeguards from the very start. So that's one. The second thing which I heard is people and capability. I think you said technology is here, yet technology won't make our organizations AI ready. It's about skills, about people, and how we are governed and how we govern data. And the third call, which I think you made loud and clear, is collaboration and shared infrastructure and standards. None of us can face this AI and digital transformation alone and in isolation, and I think we need common frameworks. That was, you said, common tools. You gave some examples of collaboration going on, and we'll hear more in the next sessions. So I believe as our panelists, if we are bold in experimenting, rigorous in safeguarding quality, and open in sharing solutions and learning, AI can help us strengthen trust and build the next generation of official statistics. So if we do that together, then to the point of Steve, I think AI becomes much less of a black hole and much more of a wormhole that accelerates us towards faster, better, and more useful official statistics. So I hope we can carry those messages forward in the next sessions. And I think I'll stop here with a round of applause for our panelists. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to the panelists and the moderator of session 1 for their valuable contributions. We will now take a lunch break until 2 p.m. and the lunch will be served at your seats. For smooth service, it would be very helpful if you can clear out space in front of you a little bit. And also, please kindly understand that staff may check your name tags for dietary preferences. The lunch service will end at 1:30 p.m. as session 2 will begin promptly at 2 p.m. We wish you a pleasant lunch. Thank you. 시간 괜찮아요? Distinguished participants, Session 2 of KOSTAT OECD Global Conference will begin shortly. We kindly ask the moderator and speakers of Session 2 to proceed inside and prepare for the session. They may take the seats on the stage. Participants joining us on site are also invited to take their seats. Due to a large number of registrants, we would greatly appreciate your cooperation in filling the empty seats starting from the front of the room. Also, please keep your belongings in your own seat. Thank you for your cooperation. To ensure the smooth progress of the session, please set your mobile phone to silent mode. Simultaneous interpretation in English and Korean will be available throughout the conference. We ask the participants to set your receivers in advance, and please note that channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. Presentation materials can be accessed and downloaded by scanning the QR code printed on your name tag. This conference is also being broadcast live through our official YouTube channel, which can be accessed via the conference website at kostat-oecd2025.com under the live stream link menu. Presentation materials can also be downloaded from the same page. Wi-Fi service is available in the hall for participants who require an internet connection. Thank you for your kind cooperation. Welcome back to the KOSTAT OECD Global Conference. I hope you enjoyed your lunch and had some time to refresh yourselves. We will now begin Session 2, titled Measuring AI. Session 2 is divided into 2 parts with a break in between. Part 1 will feature presentations highlighting AI measurement work from different institutions, and Part 2 will focus on discussing challenges and gaps. To ensure smooth proceeding of Part 1, a timer located in front of the stage will indicate the remaining time to each presenters. We kindly ask all presenters to use it as a reference for timekeeping. Both Part 1 and 2 will be moderated by Professor Jung-Soo Park from the Department of Economics at Seogang University. Prior to joining Seogang University, Professor Park was an assistant professor at the State University of New York at Buffalo. He has served as the president of the Korea Associations of Applied Economics and a member of the National Economic Advisory Council to the President of Korea. His research focuses on productivity analysis and international economics, particularly in relation to technological change. His work has been widely published in leading academic journals, including Economic Inquiry, Research Policy, and others. Without further ado, I'll hand over the floor to Professor Park to begin session 2.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jong-Soo Park, Professor of Economics at Sogang University, just introduced. It is my pleasure to chair this session on measuring AI. This session is about the growing demand for solid and timely AI indicators that can be compared across countries. So we can understand how AI is affecting our economy, our labor markets, and our societies. This part of section 2 will focus on presentations about how we measure AI, its adoption, impacts, and policy relevance. We have an excellent lineup of speakers here in Korea and also abroad online. I look forward to sharing the presenters' insights from their institution's work. First, as for the format of the presentation, we will first have a series of presentations, about 70 minutes, then open the floor for the Q&A, about 20 minutes. As a reminder, each speaker has about 10 minutes, with the lead presentation 20 minutes. The timer, please check the timer in front of you for keeping your time. Okay? So let me begin with first presenter. Okay? Our lead presenter is Mr. Chang-hee Yoon, Executive Principal of AI Technology Strategy Team at the National Information Society Agency. His bio is in the book, so please, he has an excellent record, so please check his bio. He will set the stage by discussing Korea's initiatives in building AI measurement indicators. The floor is yours. Let's give him a big hand for his presentation.
Good afternoon. It's very pleased to have a great opportunity to share the Korea's government insight. I researched it before such a great distinguished guest of KOSTAT OECD International Conference today. As everybody knows, generative AI, this technology we mentioned the morning session, a great panelist. Generative AI rapidly has been emerging, but however, it remains kind of double-edged sword. So, because when you're using it, we have to send the public sensitive data to the must be sent private sector. So that's why I researched these issues in order to make alternative strategy for the public, especially for the public sector. So let me introduce the introduction, from introduction of the measure AI to the conclusion. I made the title of my presentation today toward a global framework for measuring AI. So considering these sensitive issues, I try to present, especially focus on AI evaluation model and index in a statistics field or other field. The first, as an introduction, key methodological challenge in measuring AI investment and readiness and impact. There are different AI definitions in the world. Different international organizations and countries are slightly varying definition of AI or AI sovereignty, creating inconsistency in setting measurement standards. So we need consensus of how to define AI technology or investment or AI contribution poses difficulties in data collection. The lack of data accessibility due to the security and technical confidential concerns. So I think it's a hybrid strategy is better than other the alternative strategy these days. That data, while the safeguarding the data sovereignty, so-called. This issues is the current issues in the world. The why sovereignty AI. That's a good, important issues. Establishing national AI sovereignty is a prerequisite for advancing to the level of AGI, the powerhouse. So there are several challenges, issues in utilizing generative AI. In a government-wide AI sovereignty issues, the first, transfer of sensitive data, right? As everybody agrees, maybe. Second is increased cost due to monopoly. If certain private companies monopolize, the government becomes dependent and future cost negotiations may become difficult. The third one is a lower public interest. If large-scale AI model like ChatGPT are operated for profit in the private sectors, sustained investment for improving public services may decline. And last one is limitation in government agencies adopting AI separately. In light of a balance between quantitative and qualitative indicators, such as the public value or the social benefits. The second is a central coordination mechanism. That means establish a central governance structure or data hub capable of aggregating and sharing performance data across government bodies. And composition of the indicator pool. To provide a standardized pool of indicators from which evaluation agencies can autonomously select, ensuring both flexibility and adaptability. And differentiation by institutional level. Applying tailored evaluation systems that account for each institution's AI readiness and utilization. And when we made the frame, we can expect like this effect. First, we can serve as a practical tool for implementing AI investment and performance management in the public sector. During the early diffusion stage of generative AI as well. This is just the output of AI evaluation model our agencies reached last year. So let me introduce the first overview, the need for AI performance indicators. It is necessary to manage whether public sector AI utilization projects are leveraging AI functions to achieve their goals and generate outcomes. Take a look at the bottom, the picture, from initial stage until maturity stage. So new performance indicator pool, that's important, reflecting the characteristics and life cycle of AI project will be developing along with the supporting framework in order to establish comprehensive methodology for AI performance evaluation. In the initial stage, AI project is the construction POC stage. The right maturity stage, in maturity stage, AI services is operating stages. And in a framework, the framework for developing public sector AI project performance indicator, the horizontal axis logic model, it's apply 4 stages from input to output according to the AI project life cycle. It's kind of a maturity. And vertical axis, AI utilization classification, select based on project contents and core objective into intelligent information processing, automated task support, conversational services, monitoring, and alerts. It depends on the countries or cultures or the system. So it depends on, we can make the title of this process. And in input and process area, we can make a common indicator like this. And in output and outcome area, we can make lots of performance indicators. Depends on countries or organization. Next slide, the characteristics. Input indicators and process indicators are common indicators, while output indicators and outcome indicators are individual indicators designed considering expected effect. The output indicators, there are, as I mentioned, intelligent output processing, automatic task search support as well, as like this. And second stage, this slide is to explain function. Through the agreement between the ordering organization and implementing organization, key performance indicator, the KPI, for each stage are selected to provide guidance and contribute to achieving the goals. So it can play a guide role to indicator framework to ensure that each project's objects are efficiently and effectively. So we can make the fruitful outcome from this framework. So through utilizing this framework, we can make the output AI performance indicator pool. So as I mentioned, it depends on the indicator. We can choose every the organization or country the appropriate indicator like this. This is the sample. The right picture is a sample of the indicators. From input, output, processing area, we can choose the appropriate indicators. So basically, we make the total of 344 AI performance indicators and separated utilization. This slide for AI job impact analysis, actually, this is still working on it. So this is kind of the reference proposal methodology for AI impact assessment, evaluation, and criteria as the method. So next slide, kind of example of how to make the data-based to accurate statistics or to make the framework. So by utilizing the categorizing key statistics data in Excel or other the AI data format. This is the example of which area we focus on the research. Like this, the active on inactive population, the economically, and working hours by employment type. It's just the samples. And next slide is opportunity for global cooperation. How to collaborate global cooperation. So I think it's participating countries will jointly develop a general purpose AI model. It's just so-called G government. It's just government, the LLM. Expand into the domain-specific models and application services and establish a sustainable foundation for multilingual and ethically aligned AI utilization. A joint AI infrastructure and testbed will be established, and PPP MSP-based operational framework is stand for private-public partnership, managed service provider. Will ensure the creation of a stable and self-sustaining AI ecosystem. The first, by using this joint AI model, joint infrastructure, operational approach. The operational approach is to create of AI utilization ecosystem led by participating countries through the establishment of a sustainable framework for technical support, security, and operation maintenance based on PPP or MSP, as I mentioned right before. Next slide is the last one I prepared. So AI technology is very important, not only AI technology, but also kind of governance. So according to American Affairs, it's a journal of America, should the US lose AI leadership to China, it wouldn't be due to a failure in technological innovation, but in governance innovation. Technological development or regulation alone is simply not enough. So AI dominance isn't about who has the best tech. So we need to master skills to leverage and control. Okay, thank you. This is the last slide I prayed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yoon, for your reminder on detail. You have presented detailed and sophisticated standardized global framework for measuring AI, and also you have suggested a lot of indicators which will be very helpful. And also you talked about importance of governance and collaboration in making these measures, to make these measures credible. Thank you so much. Okay, so we turn to the next presenter. Next presenter is Ms. Rebecca Hutchinson. Okay, she's a senior advisor and survey statistician at the U.S. Census Bureau. She will share U.S. experiences in measuring AI adoption across industries. Please give a big hand for her.
Good afternoon. I am really happy to be here today to share some information on how the United States Census Bureau collects data to measure how businesses are using technology, including artificial intelligence. I wanted to begin by providing a brief overview of the economic programs at Census. We conduct around 70 surveys and programs that capture information at different frequencies and different levels of industry and geographic granularity. Independently and combined, these programs are a key source for official economic statistics. And today I'm just going to highlight a few of our programs that are currently collecting and publishing data on business use of artificial intelligence. Our annual business survey is conducted with the National Science Foundation. This survey targets 300,000 firms with paid employees each year and 850,000 firms in our economic census year. This survey is designed to incorporate new qualitative content each survey year based on topics of relevance. What is unique about this survey is that it has rotating question modules where questions on specific topics are asked roughly every 3 years. And then we can track the changes to those modules over time. These topics typically include research and development, technology and innovation, and intellectual property. In 2019 and 2023, the annual business survey asked questions related to automation, which included robotics, artificial intelligence, cloud services, specialized software, and specialized equipment. And for these topics, firms answered questions on the use of these technologies and also the barriers to adopting these technologies. Once collected and compiled, the data from the annual business survey provide important insight into how businesses are using technology like artificial intelligence. On this slide, I have included a map from the 2018 Annual Business Survey showing the adoption of artificial intelligence in key statistical areas in the United States. The more yellow the dot, the higher the adoption rate, and the larger the dot, the more firms. And you can see in the map, the adoption rates are higher in our technology hubs, like Silicon Valley, Research Triangle Park, or Washington, D.C., where our federal government is concentrated. You can also see where the emerging hubs are located throughout the country. And this map is just one example of how these collected data can be used to show the impacts of business use of artificial intelligence. One of our newest and most exciting programs at the census is our annual Integrated Economic Survey. This program took 7 of our annual data collections for retail, wholesale, services, and manufacturing and consolidated them into one survey. The annual Integrated Economic Survey covers all sectors and it targets firms with paid employees. What's unique about this program is that data for each firm is actually collected at the establishment level within the firm. We are currently planning for the 2025 vintage of this survey, and we are considering several technology topics to collect data on, but there will be a focus on artificial intelligence, including its adoption and the impact of AI on business operations. Since we will be able to collect this information at the establishment level, we will be able to better understand granular patterns of artificial intelligence usage at both the geographic and industry level. Now, let's talk a little bit about some data products that are published more frequently. In July 2022, we started the Business Trends and Outlook Survey, which is a bi-weekly survey designed to be flexible and to measure the effects of current economic conditions and the outlook for the future. The Business Trends and Outlook Survey is a derivative of our Small Business Pulse Survey, which was stood up very quickly during the pandemic to quickly collect information on the impact of the pandemic on small businesses. The Business Trends and Outlook Survey is conducted at the firm level, and it targets those firms with paid employees. The publication of this survey is quite granular, with the biweekly data made available by state, metro level, industry, and firm size. And this survey is great for topics like artificial intelligence because the content can be changed quickly to capture the hottest topics in the economy. In 2023, the survey included core questions capturing qualitative information about artificial intelligence, specifically if artificial intelligence was used in the production of goods and services in the past 2 weeks, and if there were plans to use it in the next 6 weeks. Then, in late 2023, a special supplement of artificial intelligence questions were included for a short period of time that asked more questions on the topic. These questions captured information on what types of artificial intelligence were used, if it was being used for tasks that were previously done by employees, and if artificial intelligence was having an impact on employment, including changes in hiring. These questions were asked for the reference period of the previous 6 months and the next 6 months. Next month, and this is very exciting, we will begin collecting information again on artificial intelligence, but a new series of questions about the use of generative AI will also be added in. So let's look at some of the results from this survey. This Business Trends and Outlook Survey has produced so much interesting data. I had a little trouble paring it down for a 10-minute presentation, but I wanted to highlight some of the findings. The results found that businesses typically use artificial intelligence for marketing automation, virtual agents and chatbots, natural language processing, and data and text analytics. Around 65% of businesses are not using AI to replace worker tasks, and almost 95% of businesses reported no change to employment due to the use of AI. On this slide, I have a graph of firm use of artificial intelligence. On the y-axis, we have the groupings of the number of employees at the firm, with smaller counts on the left and the largest counts on the right. And then the y-axis shows the percentage of firms reporting current AI use in the red column and expected use in the orange. To me, the most interesting finding here is that after the largest firms by employee count, the smallest firms have the second highest usage of AI. Now let's look at the use of artificial intelligence by industry sector. Just a note that our industries are determined by the North American Industry Classification System, and those sectors are listed down the y-axis of this graph. And then, like the previous slide, the x-axis has the percentage of firms reporting current AI use in the red column and expected use in the orange column. For both current and expected usage, the information sector leads the way. And at the low end, we have construction and then agriculture, forestry, fishing, and hunting. And I think also of note here is that almost every sector expects to use more AI in the future. And last, I just wanted to highlight before I wrap up some measures of business use of artificial intelligence that are in development as part of our business formation statistics. Unlike the other programs I've highlighted so far, the business formation statistics isn't a survey. We use administrative data from our tax agency. When people want to start a business, they need to apply for an employer identification number. These data are then used to provide counts of businesses applying for this tax number and then tracking these potential businesses to see which actually form a wage-paying business. As part of this application, applicants must provide information in fields like main product or service, business name or trade name. And what our business formation statistics team has done is text analysis on these write-ins to find text related to artificial intelligence. So the results from this work are, I think, quite striking. In this graph on the x-axis, we have the years that the BFS covers, which is 2004 to the present. And then the y-axis has the number of applications with artificial intelligence related entries in the name or main product or services field. And you can see that the numbers were quite low in the early years of BFS. And then we see a gradual increase before we hit that steep liftoff in 2016, and then rising even higher during and after the pandemic. This work is currently in development, and the team hopes to create an experimental data product in the future. And I wanted to highlight this work because it was done using data that we already had at Census. We didn't have to do a new data collection. We just had to look at the data in a different way. Thank you all for allowing me to share the work that we're doing at the Census Bureau with you. I hope you found it interesting, and I'm happy to take any questions or comments later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hutchison, for introducing us to new development, recent development in collecting AI variables in many dimensions. It's very interesting, and we hope to for other countries to follow U.S. case. Next presenter is joining us virtually. Okay, Dr. Daniel Roche, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
good afternoon here in Korea. Dr. Daniel Roche is the director of the Economic Indicator section at the Israel Central Bureau of Statistics. He'll present Israel's approach to AI-related statistics. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Let's give him a big hand, okay?
Hello everyone, and thank you for having me. In this presentation, I will walk you through the steps we took in Israel to track and estimate AI adoption and the possible effects of this technological revolution on the labor market. Next slide, please. So Israel has a strong and large high-tech sector, both in terms of employment and its share of GDP. This creates opportunities, growing demand for AI services and applications will benefit Israeli firms, but it also creates risk. Generative AI will replace many programmers and related roles. This dual situation pushed us closely monitor AI adoption and its possible effects on the economy and workforce. Next slide, please. To measure AI adoption and its effects, we worked in 4 main tools. First is a broad measurement of AI adoption in businesses by using rapid and periodic business surveys, assessing AI use and impact. Another tool is a broad measurement of AI potential impact on the labor market with methodological international method. In-depth measurement of the AI impact on the high-tech industry itself. It's also business survey, but focused on the high-tech industry, and assessment of labor demand and future need, and the key skills of AI development company. Next slide, please. This systematic process was only possible due to an inclusive partnership between the Central Bureau of Statistics, the Central Bank, the Ministry of Economy, and the Innovation Authority, and also a non-profit research institute. The partnership was not only formal, but also practical, joint discussion to surface diverse policy needs and mutual learning that supported progress. In short, collaboration was a key strength of this project. And next slide. So the first step in our work was developing a special business survey. This allowed us to measure directly how businesses are adopting AI, sector by sector, and track changes over time. We intend to do this business survey every 6 months. Next slide, please. A little background. During the COVID crisis, we built the technological capabilities to add critical questions very quickly to our regular business tendencies. In practice, this means that if today, in early September, we decide to research a topic, for example, how many businesses allow work from home practices, then already in October, a representative sample of managers and businesses will receive these questions as a part of the monthly business tendencies. This agility makes the tool especially useful for tracking something as dynamic as AI adoption. Next slide, please. Together with our partners, we developed a new questionnaire, learning from experience of other countries, also the experience of the BTOS that was shared before me. And it covers several aspects. It asks about AI adoption and distinguish between free and paid users. This is very important. It follows a flow. Once a manager reports AI use, they are asked about the different proposals and other questions, and businesses that do not use AI are directed to a different set of questions about their expectation for adoption in the next 6 months and the barriers for not adoption. Because we survey managers and not ICT specialists like the ICT survey, we also ask about the types of tasks that AI is performing and more important, we include questions about the effect of AI adoption on the workforce in the last 6 months. This way, we capture both the present state and the near-term outlook of the AI adoption. And next slide, please. Here, a little estimate from a small share of our estimates. We can see that 11% of the businesses in Israel are using an application of AI in free application, and 17% are using AI in paid application, which means more intensive use, which indicate that. Next slide, please. We can also see that 60% of the firms in the high-tech are using AI technology. And at the same time, we can see that even in traditional industries, the adoption of AI is substantial. This shows that AI is spreading across the entire economy. It's no longer limited to the high-tech world. Next slide. Our central bank used the labor force survey together with other sources to evaluate the expected effect of the AI revolution on the labor market. Next slide, please. The idea is to measure how exposed different occupations are to AI and to classify them according to whether AI is likely to replace, complement, or have a little impact on their work. Next slide, please. The result shows that 8% of the workforce in Israel is at high risk of being substituted by AI, and 39% of the workforce is employed in occupations that are not affected at all by AI technology. Next slide, please. When we look at the estimates between the business sector and the public sector, we can see that 69% of the employees in the public sector are expected to receive AI-driven complementaries. Next slide. The last two steps are being carried out by the Innovation Authority and are still in process. And the first one, next slide, please, is an employee survey target the employees in the high-tech sector, and the target is to understand the scope of generative AI usage in Israel high-tech industry, both in technology roles and non-technology roles in many aspects. And next slide. That's the dimension of the questionnaire in this employee survey. Next slide. The last process is a business survey, and that's mapping the demand of talent and expertise in the firms that developed AI. This is a growing field, and many firms in this field are facing large demand for workers, and we're trying to understand what are the skills for this that these firms look for. To summarize, our work is not only about results, but about process. Agile surveys, tailored questionnaires, international methods adapted to Israel, and ongoing collaboration between institutes. Together, these steps form a solid foundation for understanding AI's impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Daniel, for giving us how much Israel government is making efforts to improve survey in adopting, in including AI measure. And also, it was very interesting on the analysis on the labor that most of the jobs are complementary, which is quite good news. But anyway, it'll be very interesting to see more detailed work in the future. Thank you so much. Okay, we move on to the next presenter. Mr. Francois Fontenot, he's here with us. He's a senior advisor to the OECD chief statistician. He'll provide insights from OECD's cross-country measurement frameworks. The floor is yours. Please give him a big hand. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Me again, apologies for this. So I'll speak to the specific work of measuring AI investments or investments in AI. I won't speak to the overall strategy of AI measurement, which my colleagues will do in the panel afterwards, Molly and Annabelle. So it's very specific work, which we did most of last year as a collaboration between my directorate, the Statistics and Data Directorate, and the Science and Technology and Innovation Directorate of the OECD, which is another directorate looking at digital policies, including AI. So the motivation for this work is not statistics. We are not producing official statistics on AI investment. We were trying, a bit in the spirit of what the US was saying, to make use of existing data to shed a bit more light into this question of investments in AI. This work was done for EU countries and selected other OECD countries. Was done very closely with the European Commission and the Joint Research Center from the European Union. So the slides which I'm going to show are taken from a paper which is going to be public in the very next weeks. I'm putting the reference of the paper here. It's a working paper which was presented at the Working Party on Artificial Intelligence Governance a few months ago. Indeed, the demand for these numbers came from this policy group in the OECD. As you know, and since we hear it all the time, there are not a lot of interest in good numbers on AI investments. But the reality is that most data lacks credibility, comparability, and clarity. There are a number of issues linked with available data. I put here 3 big issues which are pretty obvious. One, which I call data noise. It's not like there's no data, it's a lot of noisy data. And you just need to open the newspaper or turn on the TV to hear any numbers on public announcements on how much money goes from a government or a company into AI. We are never sure whether it's actual spending, whether it's soft commitments, what's the time period for these numbers in the first place. The second key issue is really inconsistent coverage. Some of these numbers would only focus on research and development. Others would include military AI, and then people are not ashamed to mix everything in a single bag and rank countries according to corrupted metrics. So that's an enormous problem, and that's partly explained by the measurement vacuum. There is actually, until very recently, and I'll come back to this a bit later, there is no standardized global framework in existence to track AI investment consistently. So you have a few numbers which are actually very good on venture capital, private investment, but very specific. And these are mostly private data which you need to purchase. But that's about it when it comes to quality data. Again, the OECD works very closely with member countries. So, if there are no good data or standardized data with member countries, we are not going to invent it in the OECD. So the gaps in official statistics in member countries reflect, the shortcomings of our own knowledge on the future on this topic. Yet. I put this fact that the future looks a bit brighter. You might be aware of the recent developments with SNA 25, which for the first time put AI with a definition. Yet many NSOs are really in the early stages of tracking AI investments, and we are very grateful for the the NSOs which are sharing their initial practices in this conference on this topic. So big issues are the lack of shared definitions, and I think the previous speakers spoke to this. What counts as AI across countries and sectors, and I'll explain shortly how we did in this study. Overlap with other technologies like robotics and digital at large. They are very fragmented, so that's about AI, part of AI investment. What is AI, and then what is investment? We are very far here from SNA compatible definition of investment. We considered it much broader. Again, some of the issues which were mentioned before, data confidentiality, very few private firms actually share what they are doing, even when they are actually obliged to do it. And last but not least, these outdated statistical classifications. Again, when we did this work, which started end of last year, this was pre-2025 SNA, and there was no definition of AI for official statistics. So now it has changed. We have a definition of AI in SNA, yet this will be a long journey for statistical offices to really come up with valuable methodologies for putting numbers, improving the surveys, and ensuring capacity to manage all this. So what we did in this work, we've adopted a very experimental methodology, which runs in two big steps. The first one is to identify economy-wide expenditures. So, for national accountants, expenditure and investments are very different, but we identify here the key categories which would qualify as investments. We source in the data, much of it we have already in the OECD or KOSTAT or the US Census Bureau, standardized things. So we have an idea of the big economic variables which we are looking into, and then we apply AI intensity coefficients to these numbers. So the questions are which AI intensity coefficients we want to apply, and then applying them. So I'm not going to go into the depths of the work, but in terms of big categories, step one, we have skills, which is big. Many AI national policies put a lot of emphasis on skills, and we account for three things: ICT specialist compensations, academic teachers compensations, and corporate trainings. So we give you an idea of the sources for the data which we used. So that's one. Second one is R&D, and that's pretty easy to get in terms of data. Again, generic R&D, not AI-specific R&D, and I'll come to this. The third category is data and equipment, again, from national accounts. So we have computer hardware, we have computer software and database, and we have telecommunications equipment. Again, all these, the experts, the AI experts told us, these are important expenditure or investments for AI. And then we included a fourth category, which is called intangible assets, which go to different other things like organizational capital, brand, and design, which are not accounted in national accounts. So that's what we call investments categories, and the data complexities are rather limited here. Step two is about these AI intensity coefficients. So what is that portion of R&D which would qualify for AI R&D? And that's where the beauties of the work actually come. So we apply different AI intensities to different variables. So on skills, we would look at, for instance, for academic teachers' compensations. We would look at the percentage of AI university programs among the whole, corpus of university programs, and we get this information from study portals on different sub-items. We use different coefficients. For those who have good eyes here, you'll see AI patents go quite a number of times, and I'll give a few words on this. So patent data is also very interesting. I say AI patent, though AI is not a category in the major international database on patents. So we had to calculate as well to infer from the databases which of those patents were actually AI to do this work. And this builds on a new piece of work from, again, colleagues from the OECD, and this work is being published at the same time as this paper. So we basically, AI patent database comes with classification of a type of patent. And interestingly, this classification is called CPC, not the CPC which we know, but another CPC. And we would look at those CPC codes, and those which are directly related to AI would, those patents under these categories would qualify as AI. And then for other categories which are not directly linked to AI, we would look at keywords in the description of the patent. And that's, again, a bit of machine learning methodology to identify which of the patents qualify in terms of keywords. So that's not something which is new. This methodology overall was put together by the OECD in 2020 at a time where GenAI was not even a keyword. So the new thing last year was to actually update the list of keywords, and we came with very different numbers in terms of AI patents. So long story short, we use these AI patents to quantify how much of R&D and other of these dimensions go for AI R&D or AI data and AI equipment. There are lots of discussions around this methodology, but there are some obvious beauties attached with it. So in terms of the results, and I'll be super quick, unfortunately, we have no data published for Korea. So this will ease my task. And so, we did some calculations for the EU 27. You can see the baseline scenario is 260 billion euros for 2023, which was seen as a particularly plausible yet large number. You have the breakdown by categories. Again, these are experimental estimates. This should not be seen at all like OECD numbers. It's experimental work done for filling a bit the gaps in evidence. You have a nice and quite large, significant differences between EU countries, also depending on which sub-elements of investments you look at. If you reverse over time, if you look back in the past, then pending data availability, you can also see some very meaningful trends. And you can check that investment in AI has increased significantly since 10 years, and not all components move the same way. As I was mentioning, we applied that methodology to non-EU countries. So, what's easy with EU is you have Eurostat, which harmonizes a lot of the data sources. So we went to the major AI players and looked a bit, applied the same methodology to these countries. The big result here is the US investment being roughly 3 times higher than EU 27. And again, that's in line with other research which has been done. So that's, about that specific question, that, how much can we use and how much can we massage existing data to come with some evidence for policy debates on AI investments and AI policies. Again, these numbers are experimental numbers. The methodology has been peer-reviewed and has been debated in those committees. Yet we see a lot of value in having these measures, which are transparent and replicable. The European Commission is considering having this methodology to follow some of the targets and the monitoring of the EU AI Act. Colleagues are working currently on improving the methodology and covering additional countries. I mentioned Korea will be covered in the short term. We want to look at alternative proxies. We want to reverse engineer and go back a bit in the past. And we want to compare this methodology with other methodologies. The most promising alternative approach to measuring investment in AI is looking at government expenditure or procurement microdatabases and doing some microdata aggregation and mining from this part. But this would be only for public investment, while this methodology goes public and private. So thank you for your attention. I welcome your questions and comments, and I think you'll be given the chance to hear a few more examples of the OECD work before hearing on the overall big picture from the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, François, for pointing out major issues in measuring AI and also your efforts to overcome these issues, and also presenting us your experimental methodologies and also breakdowns you're breaking it down to investment and also AI intensity was very interesting. I hope we discuss furthermore later after the presentation. We now invite the next presenter. Okay, she's also joining remotely, Ms. El Iza Mohamedou. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, let me introduce you to the audience. She's head of the OECD Center for Skills. She will examine AI measurement and labor market implications. Please give her a big hand for her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations to the OECD and to KOSTAT for organizing this timely conference. So next slide. I just wanted to come back to the reason why we are, at least within the OECD Center for Skill, trying to measure is really for us to, it's not measurement for the sake of measurement, but rather a measurement of what we consider an economic and social growth engine. So it's really effective measurement that can underpin responsive policy. And it really is the AI impact managements can then lead us to sort of insights on the skills needs and thereby have also targeted policy interventions. And there is a risk in not measuring and not measuring adequately. It's the misallocation, of course, of resources, but also the lost competitiveness of productivity and a greater inequality potentially as well. Next slide. So AI is, of course, rapidly reshaping skills needs across labor markets. And the OECD recently undertook a survey on the impact of AI on workers and employers in the sector of finance and manufacturing in about 7 OECD countries. And what came out of it is that approximately half of AI users declare that AI has made some of their skills less valuable. And about 51% of AI users in the finance sector and about 45% in the manufacturing sector. There's also similar data from other sources that corroborate those insights, particularly for the World Economic Forum Future of Jobs reports, which think that about workers can expect that 2/5 of their existing skill sets will be transformed or become outdated over the next 5 years. So what are those skills? In the latest OECD survey of adult skills, workers who felt underskilled for their job are most likely to say this is because they need to improve their digital skills. So on average, across participating OECD countries, 2/5 of underskilled respondents felt that they need to improve their computer and software skills. This is significantly more than any other type of skill and requires, of course, significant training. But the issue when it comes to training is that on average across OECD countries, only around 4 in 10 adults participate in formal and non-formal learning for job-related reasons. So the key takeaway for us is that policymakers need detailed, actionable data to guide education, training, and labor market interventions that are effective and widespread. Next slide, please. Now, the way we measure the impact of AI on skills is through different types of sources within the OECD. One is leveraging big data from job vacancies. So, for instance, Lightcast, or there's also from LinkedIn, and that's really for real-time skills demand detection. We also map AI exposure by linking advances in AI capabilities to occupational tasks. That's what our colleagues in the Education Director are doing also on the OECD AI capability indicators. And there's also the use of shift-share panel econometrics to estimate AI impact on skills demand. And of course, supplementing quantitative analytics as well with surveys to capture workforce and employer perspectives. So a wide range of methods, but of course, all of these methods also have limitations. When it comes to the online job vacancies, is that not all jobs are posted online. So the data will miss some jobs that are advertised word to mouth, as well as occupations and industries that rely on more informal networks for hiring. So the data will essentially oversample high-skilled jobs that have a higher probability of being posted online. Apologies. This will likely result in an overestimate of vacancies or firms with high AI exposure, as these occupations tend to be overwhelmingly high pay, high skilled, and are most likely to be posted online. Equally, online job vacancies means we may underestimate vacancies for occupations or positions where you have headhunters or where informal networks are more valuable for filling vacancies. So different limits, of course, but that's what we have at the moment. Next slide, please. So we use Lightcast data, for instance, harmonized with ONET and ESCO skills taxonomies to track demand for AI specialist skills, the shift in ancillary skills and non-AI specialist skills in jobs that are most exposed to AI. And we use this online data to classify postings as AI related as well when they reference specific expert validated lists of AI skills and keywords. So it really allows us to track the shift in demand for occupation and the shift in skills demand for occupation. And this is the kind of skills that we're looking at as well, whether it's from the AI specialist skills, so typically machine learning, natural language processing, to the more AI ancillary skills, so programming, data analysis, to the non-AI skills, but are also in high demand in AI jobs, which are leadership, creativity, and so on. Next slide, please. Now, AI progress is mapped to ONET, tasks via crowdsourced assessments, scoring each occupation by its overlaps with cutting-edge AI capabilities, and this allows the identification of jobs and skills most likely affected by AI integration, even if the job isn't directly labeled as AI. So, for instance, you could have management and business process skills found to be increasingly demanded in high exposure jobs. So this is some of the work that is being done. The education director is quite interesting around the AI capability indicators, where it tries to align advances in AI capabilities with 9 human cognitive and behavioral activities that range from language, social interaction, problem solving, creativity, metacognition, critical thinking, vision manipulation, robotic. So really trying to see around those skills, how do humans fare compared to AI? And that's quite interesting work as well. And I've left here the QR code that you can scan to also get access to this very interesting work as well. And so that really allows us as well to see what kind of policies may be needed, particularly in the education and training sector. And for us, when we talk about education, it's both formal education, but also informal learning networks, and particularly for us at the OECD Center for Skills, vocational education and training. Next slide, please. Now, here it's really about the skills taxonomy harmonization. So the green boxes are examples of the unique skills categories relating to AI and the skills clusters that were allocated to. So in order to meaningfully describe the skills required in AI-related postings, the list of 211 skills used to categorize positions is condensed into skills clusters. And these clusters are determined based on industry expert assessment of skills common in these topic areas and or implementation of AI. So that's where you get those 7 skills clusters. Next slide, please. Now, panel designs are also used, of course, so the shift share panels where data is collected from the same units, companies or units repeatedly over time, and this, of course, lets researchers track changes with those units and compare them to others. And for example, instead of just seeing how AI affects companies at one point, the panel design lets analysts see how each company's skills needs change as AI exposure changes compared to similar companies that did not experience the same change. So quite interesting, of course, for us to add this layer as well of analysis. And this particularly allows us to look into differences within industries and regions and firm size, and that differ only in their baseline AI exposure. And so we can see the effect of AI on skills demand over time by isolating it. Next slide, please. Now, this is some work that our colleagues in the Employment, Labor and Social Affairs Directorate are doing, and they have this paper as well on changing skills demands explicitly using uses that result from the OECD administrative AI service conducted in the finance and manufacturing sectors I just mentioned to cross-validate patterns observed as well in vacancy analytics and to understand sector-specific skills gaps. So this is a survey of more than 5,000 workers and more than 2,000 firms in the 7 countries I mentioned, and really trying to look into those sectors and the AI impact as well. Next slide, please. Now, one element that is particularly important for us, and this is what we did here at the OECD Center for Skills as well, is that is measuring attitudes as well when it comes to AI. So across OECD countries, for instance, 35% of adults in 2021 reported worrying that AI would mostly harm people in the next 2 decades, whereas about 42% believed it would mostly help people. So perceptions about the long-term effects of AI on societies also differed according to gender, to education level, and experience as well. So, for example, on average across OECD countries, about 32% of men, but 38% of women indicated that they worried that the long-term impact of AI would be mostly harmful. So for us, it's particularly interesting, of course, to look into those differences when it comes to gender, but also education level and so on. And so here as well, we have the link to the report. Next slide, please. Now, one point I wanted to mention is that when we look at measuring attitudes, and this is work that we've done by others, it's quite interesting to see the regional differences. And so emerging and Asia Pacific, for instance, are more optimistic about the future of AI than Europe and the US. So there as well for us, these regional and global differences are particularly interesting to look into because it may have an impact both in terms of the investments in training and also the investments directly in those sectors and potentially also much more importantly the adoption when it comes to AI as well based on the positive attitude toward it or lesser positive. Next slide please. Now, there are quite a few challenges that are remaining when it comes to measuring AI's impact on skills. So one of it, and it has been mentioned by several speakers already, is of course the lack of universally accepted definitions. So when it comes to AI skills, that's a wide range of skills. It covers from technical, there's a technical interpretation, which is very much around programming and machine learning and data science capabilities, but also collaborative interpretation. So the skills needed to work effectively alongside AI systems, the more they become deployed in organizations. The adaptive interpretation, so the skills that remain valuable in an AI-augmented workplace, so trying to see what still makes us human in those AI environments, and then the metacognitive as well, interpretation, so understanding AI limitations, bias detection, and ethical reasoning. And we did particularly some work that is interesting around AI specialists themselves and on online vacancies, for instance, and the lack of references to ethics and within those job vacancies. Another, of course, lack of definition is when we come as well to the terminology of AI adoption. So it's often defined as AI is used in at least one business function, but that sets a low threshold and mixes pilots as well with scaled use when it's only in one business function. And also when workers self-report, the term is open to interpretation when it comes to AI. So this may lead actually to AI being conflated with other technologies. And of course, we can have capability checklists as well that can classify the same company as not adopted if the governance is not in place, despite the fact that the tool is actually used. Next slide, please. And of course, the main also issue when it comes to measuring AI impact on skills, and this is a moving target problem. So AI capabilities advance very quickly, and so a lot of the conclusions made can become very soon outdated. And so for OECD findings show that high AI exposure occupations demand, for instance, management, business process, social skills. But at the same time, there's more and more now pilot studies that show that demand for these same skills may be declining establishment, the most exposed to AI. So again, really a moving target issue that it makes it even harder to measure. Next slide, please. And just wanted to close with the call, of course, to why within the OECD, multilateral cooperation on measurement matters particularly. So it's really about using common methodologies that allows comparable trend across countries and over time. And as you know, that is particularly important for us at the OECD. But also the agreed definitions of key terms, so AI skills, AI adoption, so that we can have those comparable evaluations. And of course, collaborative best practice sharing accelerates measurements and avoids also duplicate efforts. So a call for us to continue working multilaterally around these issues. Next slide, and I think that's the last slide. Yes. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mohamedou. Thank you for explaining us how OECD is trying to use the AI data to find out how AI is affecting labor demand, skill demand, and also presenting us with the AI capability indicators, skill taxonomy, and also giving us some, pointing out some measurement challenges that we face. Thank you so much. We have a last presenter, Dr. Peter Gall. He's from Dr. Peter Gall. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello. I can hear you. Thank you.
Oh, Okay, good afternoon. Dr. Peter Gell, let me introduce you. He's Deputy Head of Division and also Senior Economist at the OECD. He will share OECD research on AI's effects on productivity and inequality. Actually, we are running a little bit behind, so I hope you can keep time at 10 minutes, okay? Thank you so much. Let's give him a big hand for his presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the organizers as well for this opportunity to present here. It was a real pleasure to listen to the previous presenters, and I will have some overlap with several of them in terms of the call for harmonized measurement. But the goal of the presentation is mostly to highlight the use of one of the key aspects of AI measurement adoption, the use of adoption for statistics to quantify macroeconomic productivity gains. This is work we've done in the economics department. The key issue that drives this work is, of course, that we have observed slowdown in aggregate macro productivity growth over the past decades in most OECD countries. And the question is whether AI can revive this productivity growth as a new promising technology. And many scholars have looked at this issue over the past 2 years since ChatGPT appeared, and there's a renewed interest in the topic and renewed excitement. And the estimates vary in a broad range. The most optimistic ones on the left, mostly done by private sector firms, predict labor productivity effects at the aggregate from AI around 3 percentage points on annual basis over the next 10 years. Whereas the most pessimistic ones, such as those by Daron Acemoglu, they predict 0.1 percentage point gains annually. But there are some more recent estimates in the middle, such as those by Philippe Aguillon, who predict gains that are more comparable to the ones that we observed during the past big technological wave during the ICT boom, as measured in the United States, which was around 1 to 1 percentage point, 1 to 1.5 percentage point boost in labor productivity per year. So in our estimates of this work that you see on the most right of the panel, our main scenario estimates also come a little bit close to this range, although somewhat lower than this. I would like to explain the drivers of these estimates, and you will see that adoption comes out as a key component here. So we're following the approach that was laid out by Daron Acemoglu in his early 2024 paper, where the gains at the macro level really come as a combination of three sources. The worker level gains from AI that are based on micro level studies and specific tasks, which you multiply by the sectoral exposure to AI, so the share of tasks in each sector that can be done by the help of AI. And a third factor is the share of firms who are actually using AI, who are actually making use of this technology to boost micro level performance. And we combine these sector level estimates with the composition of the economy and feed it into a macro model to predict macroeconomic productivity gains. Now we'll focus mostly on the first part here that has some empirical content and easy to grasp. So start with the micro level gains here. We rely on a large number of studies that were done at the micro level, at task level, carefully designed randomized control trial studies that found on average around 30% boost in performance of workers who use generative AI in their work. This means comparing worker performance in tasks where workers have access to AI to those who do not have access to AI in a range of activities such as software coding, professional writing, business consulting, and so on. And the largest effects tend to come in software coding, around 50% increase in the speed that they can complete certain tasks. But also in other activities, the improvements are quite significant. We try to be conservative here, and we take the average of the four more precise estimates, and we settle with a 30% boost at the micro level in these tasks. The next component is what is the share of tasks that can be done by AI. Of course, it's very impressive, generative AI, but it's still not affecting all activities equally. And this is related to some other facts that were shown previously, I believe also by Jessica and the United States about AI adoption, which reflects a little bit this pattern about AI exposure, because those firms and those sectors adopt AI more who can see more benefits from it. And those who see more benefits are those where AI can help them in a large number of tasks. So we see here again the same pattern that was shown by Jessica, that ICT services and finance are such sectors where the activities can be done to a large extent with the help of current generative AI. Around 40–50% of the tasks there can be done with the help of AI, where on the other end of the spectrum, the left, in more manual, physical intensive activities, agriculture, fishing, and manufacturing, the share is much smaller at the current stage, given that AI is helping mostly with cognitive activities and not so much with physical ones. And then we take these estimates for the exposure, we map them with the structure of the economy, and we predict the gains in our work for the G7 economies in the current stage. So we're highlighting the G7 composition sectors for the most exposed activities, where you see the United States has such a sectoral composition where finance, professional services, and ICT services make a larger share of the economy, so they are expected to have more gains from artificial intelligence, whereas in Japan and Italy, which have more of a stronger manufacturing base and less knowledge-intensive services base, the gains are expected to be smaller because of that. And the third component is the most relevant, I think, for the measurement community here, is about adoption. And adoption has really two elements to it. One is the future adoption rate that we need to predict for this prediction exercise. And the other one is the current adoption rate. So I will talk about the current adoption later, but let me highlight the strategy, how we want to go about this in terms of predicting the future adoption rate. So we compare AI to previous general purpose technologies such as electricity, the internet, and computers, and we track their adoption rate over time thanks to past data for the United States among firms. And we see that 10 years from the user-friendly introduction of these technologies, for electricity, that was the electric motor, for computers, that was the personal computer. So 10 years after the introduction of these breakthrough technologies, the adoption rates of these technologies varied, but they reached a significant level. So for electricity, which was the earliest, it was around 23%. For internet and PCs, around 40%, and mobile phones, which is yet another later digital technology, it was 60%. So these will be our three scenarios that we're going to follow for AI as well. And note that the current AI adoption metrics that we got from the Census Bureau figures that Jessica mentioned, the current AI adoption levels among businesses still tend to be somewhat low compared to these expected levels in the future. Let me turn to one of the issues that we faced, and we thought it's important to bring to this measurement community. It's about capturing well AI adoption by firms in current statistics. I really echo the concerns and the call for more action about harmonization in this area. That was also highlighted by Francois in his talk, and they've done great work for the investment area, and I know that other parts of the OECD are working on this topic as well, because the current state of matters is that a lot of statistical agencies ask the questions a little bit differently, and that leads to different metrics, different types of approaches to AI measurement. And we really, for the productivity measurement, we really care about high intensity use of AI, so not just sporadic, ad hoc, or experimental use in a certain number of tasks, but really some use that is core in the business activities. So our starting point was the United States Census Bureau metric, which was asking not only at core business function use in production of services, but also asked about it in a kind of high intensity, like the last 2 weeks in production. So that was our benchmark metric, and we were trying to harmonize the existing measures to these metrics. And in some of the countries' official statistics, such as done by Eurostat, we had some good progress because they had some sub-questions that allowed us to go into similar metrics that was done by the United States Census Bureau. But in other countries, the questionnaires were too different, or the sample was too different to be able to harmonize effectively. And this mattered a lot in practice because, as you may imagine, the share of firms that use AI less intensively, using the low intensity metric here for the United States, the share of those firms are much higher, of course, than those which use it in core business functions in high intensity. And this has implications for the macroeconomic effects that you can get from AI adoption. And this was the first initial step in our exercise for future adoption. As you see, the result of the harmonization efforts for core business function adoption is in the bottom blue bars. And then we projected, we use these estimates as starting points, and we fit in an S-shaped adoption curve for the future following 3 scenarios, as I highlighted. The slowest one, the electricity, which led to a 23% increase in 10 years. And the medium one was internet, and the fast adoption was mobile phones. So we took those curves and we fit this initial starting point, the current adoption levels, and then that lead to differences in the future. In most cases, enlarging those differences because we are still at early stages in the technology, and thanks to this S-shaped curve, which implies that initially the differences get enlarged, those that are leading now are likely to lead further in the future. And at some point there will be a saturation level as it happened with other technologies, but we are not there yet, and will not be likely in 10 years according to these scenarios. So these are key ingredients to the quantification exercise that comes in the next step. This is a key input, future adoption rates by country. We multiply them by exposure and the micro-level gains, then to obtain the final result. That shows that for the United States, the effects can be around 1 percentage point annual increase in labor productivity growth, thanks to AI in the medium scenario, which is following previous ICT technologies such as the internet and the PC. And they are leading the pack, partly because of their high adoption rates, but partly because of the sectoral composition of the economy being more focused on knowledge-intensive services, where current AI is most effective in helping with tasks. And at the end of the spectrum, you have Italy and Japan in the G7, where they have more manufacturing-based and lower adoption currently, based on our efforts to come up with harmonized measures. And as you see, these estimates fall in between the range of the existing ones from the literature that I showed in the beginning, but they're showing some more insights as to why the estimates could vary, what are the assumptions that can drive these differences. And I think I stop here for the sake of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Peter, for giving us details about how much AI is having impact on the productivity, and also there are asymmetric effects on different sectors, and also that would mean different implication for OECD with a different kind of industry composition. Also, you pointed out the key issue about the adoption intensity measurement. So there's a need for harmonization in order to correctly measure the impact. So that concludes our presentation. I'm sorry, I'm a chair. I did a bad job of keeping the time, but I think we can, because this is a valuable opportunity, I think we can allow a couple more minutes of the coffee break to take some questions from the floor. So now I'll open the floor, the questions from the floor, so you can raise your hand and make the question brief. I'll take a couple of questions. Okay, a gentleman in the front. Okay.
Just how do you differentiate between passive adoption? Because if any part of the firm uses Office 365 or Google Workspace, you are using AI, versus active adoption, or don't you differentiate between
Can you point the one who, anyone? Maybe Rebecca, can you?
And similarly, robotics. And similarly, do firms differentiate between robotics and AI, which there's an overlap. So I think there's definitional issues.
Maybe I can.
Oh yes. We're going to. So Daniel. No. He's Daniel. Yeah. Can you?
Yes. I think that we want to measure significant AI usage. So if someone is using Office and there are AI tools there, it's not something that really affect the business. And also there are a phenomenon of workers that using AI, but not as a part of the business strategy and the business process. So in our questionnaire, I guess that these things are not counting as AI use.
Okay.
I
So,
can,
okay,
I can
can
also
you?
jump in. I think to your question on the BTOS specifically, we first we list several artificial intelligence tasks, and then the next series of questions saying you adopted AI are contingent on how you answered that one. So we're asking for like very specific AI tasks there. And then to your second question, robotics for us is always an entirely separate set of questions that is differentiated from artificial intelligence. We have a long time series of data on the use of robotics. So it is kind of part of the bigger technology topic, but they are treated separately.
Okay, the second, okay, can you?
Thank you, Christian Ramsbach. My name. I've noted a couple of studies are actually focusing, and not only those that I presented here, but also otherwise are focusing a lot on tasks and how AI may impact them, and this is often used as a basis for any kind of follow-up inferences. And so my question is, to what extent can we really assume that those tasks are static in the way they are impacted by AI? Because one thing that we have seen, for instance, with LLM, they're focused a lot on text generation, but then generative AI has moved on to generating movies and pictures, and certainly this, the ability of AI to affect tasks has to be assumed to be dynamic. And so I just wanted to know to what extent have the different authors, presenters, taking that dynamic aspect into account when assuming and estimating the impact on AI in different sectors as well as on GDP.
Any presenters? See, Rebecca, if you want to.
I think the first thing that came to mind with your question, and for everyone working in official statistics, it kind of shows the importance of a time series, right? Like when we took the first survey in 2023 on which tasks were firms using artificial intelligence for, we got a set of results. We're putting out a new supplement next month where those questions will be asked again. It's 2025. A lot has changed in those 2 years, so we'll start looking at how did those responses change in that time period. And I think from a statistical point of view, that's kind of how you get to the question you're asking.
Okay, very difficult question. I'll take the last question. Okay, the lady from.
Okay, my name is Young-gi. I'm from Statistics Korea. Currently, I'm in charge of economic census. It will be conducted next year. So newly we adopt new question on the AI utilization next year. But problem we faced is the how to define the AI utilization. So that means is that we could include some employee just to use AI for just writing report for themselves. So it's kind of a question for us. So I think maybe question goes to Rebecca and other colleagues from Daniel from Israel. So how do you define the utilization of AI? And you have any specific definition or category for define of this definition?
Yeah, Daniel, can you answer?
Thank you for the question. We have a set of questions for those businesses that are using AI about the purpose, and they have a multiple choice. They can choose that they're using in marketing, in accounting, in text analyzing, and we determine a intensity index about the number of users. If the business is using AI in payment and also have many users, many proposals, and expects to use, so we got a rank like something like the DII, Digital Intensity Index. That's one way that we can challenge this issue. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So, do you want to? So that was the last question, but there's a gentleman. Do you really? Can you sleep at night without? If you, I think we can take another. Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Just very quickly, it seems a lot of the methods used to understand usage of AI is based on survey methodology of the firm, which inherently suffers from the idea that the person filling out the survey also understands exactly what everybody in the firm is doing. But have you thought of going to the producers of the large language models, private industry essentially, which has entire sales teams and is constantly tracking which industries, which verticals, how much is using, what they're using it for? Because the private industry side, you know, if you just went to OpenAI, for example, which is the whale in the industry, that's probably representative of how most of the industry is moving.
Very difficult question. Okay, again, Rebecca. Or anyone from, can you?
That is a great question, and you know, this comes up a lot in economic measurement. Why can't you go to the credit card companies and get that data? And very often the answer is privacy on the private sector, and they're not able to share that data with us. So while it would be a really great source, access and kind of barriers to getting access to that information are always kind of a roadblock for it.
Okay, I think there are a lot of questions to be raised, but I think we have a limited time. So I would like to close this first part of session 2. I think we believe we have learned a lot from this exchange. On behalf of all of us, I would like to thank all our presenters for their excellent presentation and insights. So this concludes the part 1 of session 2 of our conference. We'll come back in about at 4 o'clock, I think. Thank you very much.
So as Professor Park mentioned, we're now going to have about 20 minutes break and see you back at 4 p.m. for the part 2 of the session 2. Thank you. Distinguished participants, session 2 of the KOSTAT OECD Global Conference will resume shortly. We kindly ask the moderator and panelists of session 2, part 2, to proceed inside and prepare for the session. Participants joining us on site are also invited to take their seats. To ensure the smooth progress of the session, please set your mobile phone to silent mode. Simultaneous interpretation in English and Korean are available throughout the conference. This conference is also being broadcast live through our official YouTube channel, which can be accessed via the conference website. Thank you, and thank you for your kind cooperation. Once again, I'd like to invite the moderator and panelists of session 2 to proceed inside and take their seats on the stage. Participants joining us on site are also invited to take their seats. Thank you very much. So we're almost ready, and we're trying to connect with one of our online panelists. And I'd like to take this opportunity to promote our special publication commemorating the 100th anniversary of Korea's population and housing census. So we just recently released these special publications, and the booklets are located towards the right-hand side of the refreshments. So if you're interested, please feel free to grab those booklets. Thank you very much. So now we're ready to resume session 2 with its panel discussion. This discussion will once again be moderated by Professor Jung-Soo Park from Department of Economics at Seogang University, which will run for approximately an hour. Professor Park, the floor is yours.
Welcome back, everyone, to the second part of session 2, Measuring AI. We now move on to panel discussion. This opportunity will give us a chance to reflect on what we've heard and also to discuss where measurement should go next. First, let me take a moment to introduce our panelists. We have 3 panelists. One by one, I'll introduce, and again, please give them a big hand. Okay, first, again, we have Dr. Chang-hee Yoon. He's the executive principal of the AI Technology Strategy Team at the National Information Society Agency of Korea. Please give him a big hand for, okay. Okay. Next, remotely joining us, Ms. Molly Lesher. Can you hear us?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Molly. Okay, she's the acting head of the Digital Connectivity, Economics and Society Division at the OECD. Please give her a big hand. Okay. Thank you for joining us. Okay, we have the last panelist also joining us virtually. You're sideways. Okay, okay. Anyway, it's Miss Annabelle Moorgain. She's the head of the Trade and Productivity Statistics Division at the OECD. Please give her a big hand. Thank you. Okay. Oh, she's gone. Anyway. Miss Annabelle?
Yes, I'm here. You cannot see me.
Oh, she's there? Molly is missing. I'm sorry, Molly.
I'm here. I'm just having trouble with my video, but I'm here with you.
Okay, okay. Annabelle's there. Okay. Oh, she's Annabelle. I'm sorry, I mixed up. Anyway, we have three distinguished experts from Korea and OECD with us for a lively discussion. Okay. Based on the presentation and also from your expertise, I'd like to, I'm going to ask questions or designated questions for these panelists. Okay, so first the panel will begin with, there will be three questions that I have prepared, and so you can respond to these three questions one by one. Okay, so first question, and each question you can take about 3 minutes to respond, 3 or 4 minutes to respond. Okay, the first question for everyone is that what do you see as the most pressing measurement gap or challenge when it comes to understanding AI, including its uptake and its impact? Okay, first, Dr. Yoon, can you respond?
The first question is a difficult question for me as well, but let me try to, I prepared just one slide to explain more easily. Yeah, as I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, the definition, AI model, AI index definition is important to collaborate the different perspective. So I think different to create consistency in a setting measure standard. And as I explained the previous slide, AI evaluation model, in order to establish clear definition and developing technical alternative for applications such as framework, evaluation metrics. In evaluation metrics, we break down the four utilization classification from intelligent information processing to other sector. And there we exist common indicators in the output and outcome area. We, as I mentioned, over 300 indicators, because through utilizing the variety of indicators, we can reduce the different part of the organization, AI definition, AI index evaluation tool. This, I think, the one of alternative strategy to resolve or reduce the measurement gap or challenge. And second is lack of data accessibility. I researched the hybrid framework because when we want to use AI model or statistic the AI index tool, we need to make a consensus for the output or outcome. And also, we need to keep our public sensitive data, the accumulated of government side. So the hybrid framework concept is we won't make two like a rabbit. One of the strategy is keep the sensitive data and utilize the current AI technology, current the popular AI models like such the ChatGPT. So the hybrid concept is a kind of when you use it, we can search over regimented retrieve the sensitive data or appropriate data from the local database of a public organization. And also, we can use AI model through the outside, through the network from outside the corporation or other organization. So I think that's the good strategy in order to reduce the gap. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving us your ideas and ideas about indicators, using indicators, and also hybrid framework to overcome some challenges. Okay, can I turn to Annabelle? Annabelle, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Annabelle?
Yes, I can.
Okay, can you answer my questions? Did you hear my
yes.
questions? Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me. I think your question is really key. We are really living at a time where the demand for understanding the different facets of AI is extremely high. We have made progress in recent years to respond to this demand, and we had some very good examples in the previous session. But at the same time, I think we should be really honest here. We are still at the beginning of our journey when it comes to measuring AI. There remains many uncertainties, and we are lacking a lot of data. So given the limited time and resources, we need to prioritize. But this is not easy because AI is evolving rapidly and is affecting virtually every aspect of our lives. So the priorities are going to depend on the users and the questions they seek to answer. So let me highlight what I see as three critical gaps. First, as the previous speaker mentioned, we still lack an internationally agreed definition of AI. The 2025 SNA has taken a very good step forward and includes now a definition. But different communities continue to use different definitions. And in particular, they don't agree on what is meant really by the term intelligence. And this is only one example. And so this leaves space for interpretation and misunderstanding. And this also adds to the challenges we heard about in the previous session by Peter Gall of the difficulties to compare data across countries. For instance, in the case of AI adoption. Second gap is that we face a gap in understanding how the macro-level impact of AI translates into a macroeconomic effect. We now have growing evidence at the firm level, at the task level, but translating that into a macroeconomic impact relies on very strong assumptions on investment, on competition, on adoption, as we heard. We also overlook the generative nature of AI, which has the potential of reshaping organization and management. So I think we need more reflection to capture those features. And my last gap is about data themselves. As you know, data are core inputs into AI, yet we lack a robust method to value them, especially when the data assets are combined with other assets in production. So the sum of cost approach that is commonly used is a good starting point, but it falls short of capturing the true economic value of data. So developing a more nuanced valuation method will be critical here. So those are my three gaps. Thank you very much. And back to you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Annabelle, for pointing out the difficulties and also about the need for harmonization, also to measure the macro level impact correctly, and also about the importance of data access. Okay, and we have Molly. Can you hear us?
Yes,
okay. Thank you. Molly, so can you respond to my first question?
I can indeed, and thank you again for having me here. Just to give you a little bit of context, because you're seeing a lot of OECD speakers today. I support a group of, at the OECD that come from national statistical offices, and we maintain a database of harmonized statistics from ICT surveys. So you probably won't be surprised that I'm going to echo what many speakers said today about the importance of definitions. Do we really know what we're measuring? On the business side, we analyze definitions in ICT surveys across 9 different OECD jurisdictions. We really saw quite a bit of heterogeneity. You see terms like data and prediction, machine learning coming up quite a bit, but then also things like natural language processing, speech recognition, text mining, machine vision, generative AI. All of these things are implemented to various degrees. Some of the definitions are software-based, like the SNA 25. Others sort of look at AI as embedded within devices. And so I think this has kind of prompted a lot of discussions in our group of what are we really measuring? You know, we see that AI adoption in the EU, for example, grew from 8% in 2023 to 13.5% in 2004. Now, if we remember that Eurostat country survey in January, and we saw ChatGPT launched in November 22. You see Copilot coming into Europe in November 23. You really start to wonder, what is that huge increase due to? Is it due to business adoption of AI with a view to increasing productivity in sort of a real way? Or is it, you know, some of these companies just using some of those tools? And so I think that's really prompted a reflection in our group about how can we get to a place where we have more cross-country comparable statistics, both on the business side, but also on the individual side. Most of the conversation is about business, which is important, but there is also AI use by individuals. And we see that in ICT surveys in our membership, some of those surveys don't include a definition of AI. So how do we really think about cross-country comparability? And one thing that we're looking at on our side is the possibility to sort of develop some sort of model module on AI that doesn't just look at it in terms of, you know, do you use it? Yes, no, but what do you use it for? Why don't you use it if you don't use it? That kind of thing, getting a little bit down into the details. So I'm sort of echoing what others have said today, but I really do think that this issue of definition is absolutely critical. So we make sure that we know what we're talking about when we're comparing these surveys.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think as we have heard from other panelists, and also Molly is pointing out that the need for cross-country comparable statistics to measure the impact of AI, and also the definition issue is, you know, I think it's really critical. I think, again, I think, I agree with the Molly's comment, and also one important thing is that not only the cross-country definition, but year-by-year definition. I don't know about adoption last year, adoption this year is a very different thing. So I think we need to think about how to interpret this adoption rate. Okay, so it's a very interesting and difficult question that our statisticians and OECD and Korea Statistics has to solve. I think that's why we are here to discuss and to put our thoughts to it and to maybe get some more ideas. Okay, thank you so much. I move on to the second round of questions for you to answer. Okay, the second round of question, based on your expertise, what promising method or approach do you think deserves more international collaboration or experimentation? Or, alternatively, you can talk about essential hurdles that you think is very important, essential hurdles that we need to overcome in terms of international collaboration. So let me, hand my phone, the mic to Dr. Yoon. Can you answer the second question?
Yeah. So for the promising approach, in international cooperation, for this question, I think the very important thing is how to share the relevant countries' own data. That's I think is a very important key the problem. Every country, most of the country want to collaborate, but the first hurdle is like a data share, how to share their own sensitive data. So if we don't have alternative, the policy or systematically alternative strategy, we can collaborate easily, not anymore. So I researched like this, the picture. A joint AI infrastructure, PPP, MSP operation framework is important to resolve those issues. The left picture is the Korea government, the Ministry of Safe and Interior. The ministry have announced like this concept. The left of this picture is a public cloud center, public cloud concept. Right is a private cloud concept. It's very easy to understand. But the center of this picture, hybrid concept is a little bit complicated. But however, that's the key the concept involved this hybrid concept. So by utilizing this concept, I wrote the research, the right the concept, as I mentioned, PPP, MSP concept. Let me explain more. Basically, this picture is the background color is yellow. This is a closed network. Actually, the Korea government, 2013 maybe, the Korea government cyber attack from the outside. So bank or broadcasting station is shut down. So most of the nodes shut down. So we can't recover any client node. So from that big event, cyber attack, the Korea government made a policy. Every public network is separated, so physically. So this policy is keep this policy until now. So this yellow network is a closed network. From this picture, the top of the picture is MSP. That means managed service provider. It's like a control tower. It's a coordinator tower. So, and the down, the CSP means cloud service provider. It's like a cloud companies. And I break down, depends on domain, specific domain, CSP 1, 2, 3, like this. And under the CSP concept, I wrote foundation model, the blue color. And yellow color is foundation model that can cover all of the domain, all specific domains. So both using this foundation model concept, we can use like a ChatGPT AI model very easily. But in this concept, very important, I emphasized, data sovereignty is very important. So I can mention like a technical approach we need. Like RAG technology is very the emerging, the popular the technology concept. Stand for retriever generative RAG, augmented generation. This technology help the government side organization keep their own sensitive data in local database area. So both utilizing these two concepts, we can keep the safeguard and useful AI model. So that's why I researched the both concepts. So I think it's the alternative to cooperate relevant countries practically. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yoon, for showing us and explaining us a hybrid concept. Very intricate in the technical model. I think it's trying to overcome privacy issues and also about the privacy in using the individual data, and that's why you need some kind of sovereign AI model. Very interesting. We can talk more about it after the discussion. Now, Annabelle, can you respond to my second question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for this question. I think we are dealing here with a phenomenon that is is evolving extremely quickly. It touches upon nearly all aspects of our society and is very heterogeneous. And it has very heterogeneous effects. So ideally, what would we need are measures that are timely, very granular, and capture a variety of dimensions. So for me, the key question is which data sources are best suited to meet this demand. Most likely, no single source is going to be sufficient. We are going to have to combine multiple sources. And we know it's not straightforward because sources differ in scope, in period, in regional coverage. But even more important, we need to ensure that any data we use are of sufficient quality and meet our quality standards. So the good news here is that all of us are facing the same challenges. So this means that there is really value in sharing the results of our experiments, and even better, in joining forces on projects of common interest. But if I may add one final point here, we know that the statistical community has a long tradition in collaboration, and as we've seen, we are making progress on the side of experimentation. Yet, there is one silo that remains particularly difficult to overcome. It's the silo that exists across disciplines. We know that AI is multifaceted, and capturing its complexity requires statisticians, sociologists, economists, engineers, and others to work together. Progress on this front has been slower than what we would like, and this is clearly an area where we need to do a little bit more. Thank you.
Thank you, Annabelle, for giving us your valuable opinion about what needs to be done in international collaboration and experimentation. I think she's emphasizing about timely and valid measures, and also combining multiple sources while maintaining quality of these data. Thank you. Molly, can you respond to my second question?
Yes, thank you. Just to sort of reinforce and totally agree with what Annabelle said about needing sort of a multidisciplinary approach to measuring AI, I think it's really, really critical. And we had a workshop earlier this year on measuring AI where half of the day was basically dedicated to technologists, with the idea that you have to understand what you're trying to measure. And I think that that's a really important thing for all of us to keep in mind as we go forward. We aren't all of us technologists, and we really need to understand what is happening in the AI space and how it's evolving. I also think it shows its complexity, shows that we do have to work together and bring to bear our different expertise. We have a lot of different policy communities and measurement communities at the OECD, but then we also need to reach out to other international organizations to get this sort of quality standards that Annabelle was talking about. And so at least in our group, we're talking about trying to work with the international statistical community and within the OECD to develop a sort of handbook on measuring AI. And these things aren't fully robust overnight. We might start with the ICT Access and Use surveys, try to develop a model module, a definition, but then think about ways to link these surveys to the national accounts. I think that's something that is really important. And the other thing I just wanted to mention, and this is a little bit of an aside, but we have this OECD definition of e-commerce. The last revision was 2009, and for years I heard, oh, it's so old, we have to review it, we have to review it. We've spent 1.5 years reviewing it. We've brought together experts from within and outside of the OECD. And at the end of the day, the definition remained robust, even though so much has happened in the intervening times. Now, we are changing the guidelines for interpretation, but I think what to me it shows is that we can develop a definition of AI that is robust, that will stand the test of time, and implementation guidelines, but only if we work together. And so for me, this is the most promising way that we can work together across countries, across organizations, and within to really try to better measure this phenomena that's basically defining our time.
Thank you, Molly. She's also emphasizing the complexity of this measurement issue, and so we need some multidisciplinary dimensions, which means we need to invite lots of expertise, experts from other organizations to address this issue. And I think I completely agree with Molly about linking this measure with other data sets, especially national account, because standalone data set, I think no more is helpful, but if you link with other data set, it's going to be very powerful to measure the changes in our society. Okay, thank you so much for your valuable comments. I now will go around the last question, short answers, 1 minute answer. Given that we had a full day of this presentation about this AI and AI measurement, each of you panelists, I would like to ask to describe the most important next step in this area of measurement, probably the priority in many of the challenges that we face. What would it be? Each panelist, you have 1 minute to answer. Dr. Yoon?
Should answer. So I wrote the appropriate answer. Can you see? The next crucial step is to leverage the AI as technology while strengthening international cooperation and establishing sovereign AI frameworks that ensure trust and sustainability. While developing AI-driven evaluation metrics that integrate diverse variables to ensure trust, sustainability, and comprehensive measurement. So the method of AI I explained, when we apply the real world to the public organization several months ago, the people who works in the level organization, they made some the sensitive issues. This index AI, the index we can accept, because after accept this indicator, we expect our organization score is going down. So at the time, we need to, very important is negotiation and consensus. So in order to reduce the gap of AI evaluation index. So that's why I emphasize a comprehensive measurement. So that's why we break down many AI the evaluation indexes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Annabelle, it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to say similar things as the previous speaker, but with different words. I would really urge to develop a clear and ambitious AI measurement agenda, one that establishes a great definition and methodology that are transparent and enable robust international comparison. I think it's only by working together that we can build a measurement framework that is not only technically sound, but also trusted and relevant for policy. And the latter aspect is really important also. So the faster we move in that direction, the better prepared we will be to manage the AI transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Annabelle. Molly, can I have your opinion?
Yeah, I think the biggest next step is addressing this enormous policy demand that we see for AI measurement and addressing it with quality statistics. It's balancing the timeliness with the quality. And so I think looking into how to do nowcasting could be extremely useful. You see this move toward business tendency surveys to try to measure AI adoption diffusion. They're somewhat different from ICT surveys. We're going to be looking at how they articulate and how they should articulate at our next working group meeting. I think this timeliness is really the key because of the enormous policy demand. Somebody will fill it, and we want to make sure that we're filling it with quality statistics.
Thank you very much. Okay, so we heard all the panelists' opinions by the panelists. I think more and more the answers and the opinions are getting harmonized, just like OECD, what OECD is doing. So we have completed our discussions, formal discussions. So I would like to now open the floor for your questions. So if you have questions, raise your hand and say your name and your affiliation and point to which panelist you are asking. Okay, so from the floor, I invite questions from the floor. Nobody? Okay, then while you're thinking about your question, okay, I'm going to ask a question to one question to Molly. You just talked about ICT and the difference. I think ICT and AI has some relevance, but it's quite different in terms of its impact on the economy. So. Do you think we need to have different approaches in the measuring, ICT and versus AI? Do you think it's quite comparable, or and what are the similarities and differences you consider when you're trying to measure AI?
I guess for us, AI is considered a subset of the broader information communication technology sector. I think we definitely need to try to understand how different technologies are diffusing. We look at IoT, we look at cloud, we look at 3D printing, but at the same time, the thing that always kind of messes me up in my head is, what is AI? It's really a constellation of different technologies. And so how do you disentangle the technology soup in a way to isolate what we think is AI, which couldn't exist without cloud, which couldn't exist, without lots of different things. And so I think it's complicated, but we should keep trying to isolate and to define what we mean by AI within this broader ecosystem. Because you really see, at least we do in our data, that AI is diffusing much more slowly than some other technologies like cloud. Cloud's almost a general purpose technology now, right? Where AI is diffusing much less, and what we see in our data is that it's really highly concentrated in a couple sectors. Almost a third of AI use is in the ICT sector itself. So you see AI feeding itself in a way. You do see higher adoption in some sectors like finance, but there still is immense potential across sectors for productivity enhancing benefits of AI. I think we just want to make sure what we're not measuring is the use of GPT in some cases.
Thank you very much. Anyone from the floor? If you don't have a question, I have another question. So, okay, I have a question to Annabelle. I think, Molly and Annabelle, you can both answer my question because actually, I have a recent paper on this recent new digital transformation technologies impact on wages. Actually, the problem I had was that, the AI is not the only technology development in these years. What I mean is there are lots of technological development, and when you just measure AI only, are we leaving out other technologies which may be having impact on the economy? What I'm saying is, if we just concentrate on AI, I think there's going to be some misleading implications because there are other technologies. So is the impact only due to AI? So at the same time, if we are trying to measure AI, I think we need to measure other sides of technologies and also changes in society, which we need to control for. Can OECD, as you said before, you need some kind of collaboration from other organizations. Can you propose, I think it's difficult, some framework that OECD can lead to solve this problem of measuring the true impact of AI? Maybe difficult question.
Thank you for your question. I think it's an incredibly difficult question. It's not only related to AI. Each time economists want to measure the impact of be it a policy or technological changes on macroeconomic variables such as productivity or GDP, they need to isolate the impact of what they want to measure on these macro variables. So there are ways to do that, but there is no perfect way to do that. If you take regression, for instance, usually you control for the effect of other variables so that you can isolate the impact of the feature you want to concentrate upon. But this is not perfect. This is far from perfect. And so far as I can see, we still need to do a little bit more work in that direction. I'm not sure the OECD is really the place and find this solution because we are doing research, but we are not academic. And this is really, as I see it, a question for the academic world to develop a method to get a better idea of the impact. But what I would also say is we do have some instruments. They are not perfect, but we are aware of the limits. So they are already useful for policies, and this is what matters. To develop policies, you don't need to have the precise number at one decimal place. You need to have the broad trend. You need to have the mechanism through which the channels through which AI is going to have an impact. And this, we get more and more understanding. I think Peter has presented some paper. Molly and her group have done tremendous work to try to really describe this channel. And already with that, you can inform policymakers, which is really our objective there. I'm sorry I couldn't give a perfect answer to your question.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Yoon, I'll give you the last question of this afternoon. You emphasize this hybrid model. Okay, I think it's not prevalent, or it's not, you know, I think there are not other countries adopting this model yet. What do you think is the biggest hurdle in persuading the public and the government of this hybrid model? What are the obstacles?
Yes, it's difficult to answer, but let me try. It's a difficult concept, I know, but if we want AI model becoming more effectively without any ethical problem or technical problem, so I made this concept. Hybrid concept is, I think, is only the best the alternative, because when using it, the hybrid concept, we can share their own sensitive data among countries. And also, I want to emphasize the second resources. First is AI data, the sensitive data, and infrastructure is very important, cloud-based. So I designed like on the slide, MSP, CSP concept. Through this concept, by utilizing this cloud-based from MSP, CSP, the breakdown, the foundation through a foundation model application, and to the bottom of this picture is the relevant part of department or countries like that. So by using this hybrid concept, we can share data and cloud-based AI infrastructure and also algorithm. In the morning session, some panelists emphasized open source is very important to share the data and AI model. So I totally agree with her. Because when you use the open source, we can share data and their own countries to control all of the AI model, infrastructure, algorithm. So the open source model is very like a good the alternative strategy. In the world, there are good the open source existed. For example, in USA, Llama series or the Falcon model is made by UAE, and Mistral open source is made by France. And in Korea, the Exaon made by LG company, or Naver platform companies, LG CloverX open source. There are several the useful open source existed in the world. So by using this open source and by using the hybrid concept, we can share data and we can share infrastructure algorithm among the relevant countries. That's why I emphasize the hybrid concept. Of course, it's these hybrid concepts that are made completely 100% yet, but I think a very like a good alternative concept. We need to keep going on to make it completely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, there's a question. The gentleman first, he raised his hand first. Okay.
Thank you.
Your name and the affiliation?
My name is Ashley Ward, and I work with Stephen Francois in the OECD Statistics and Data Directorate. We talked a little bit today about the need for international cooperation when it comes to measuring the adoption and impact of AI. We need aligned definitions, and we need to work together to better understand the techniques that we might use to measure those things. And one question I have is, where does the private sector fit into this? Where do the AI developers fit into this conversation? In the previous session, we looked a little bit at the surveys of businesses that are used to understand their AI adoption, but obviously these companies, like Google, for example, also have a lot of information about who they're selling this technology to, and maybe how they're using it, and to what extent, how many teraflops they're using. So I guess the question is, what sort of roadblocks or blocks are in place to getting information from those companies? How can they be taken down? And if you had a wish list, maybe Molly, for example, of what you would like to receive from those companies in terms of industry classifications, skills, cross-country, firm size, whatever, a list of rows and columns, what would they be? Maybe it's not possible to make happen in the short term, but maybe with some increased cooperation it could be.
Thank you. Molly or Annabelle, you're from the same company, but can you, Molly or Annabelle, anyone?
I'll just come in quick and then let Annabelle. I mean, it's a great question, and we work with business, obviously, within our group. They provide feedback. As I mentioned at our workshop, we had technologists from some of these big companies come and explain to us how they're using AI and what they see the vision of the future for, because we need to measure it. On the data side, of course, there are mechanisms to cooperate through NDAs and whatnot. We've tried to put those in place over many years, and we've been, at least on my side, I'll just speak for myself, I've been deeply unsuccessful. We often have many months of conversations about all the great things we can do with some of the microdata they have, but then at the end of the day, it's just too sensitive. And you know, I get that, and I understand that, but it does make it difficult for us, people who aren't in the industry, who don't have access to that data, to really understand what we're dealing with. And in terms of my wish list, you know, getting at the value of AI, I think is really, really important, and seeing kind of intercompany how some of these transactions take place would be really, really critical. Not just for AI, but for lots of things. We have another work stream on sort of analyzing diffusion of false and misleading content and what that means. I mean, we need the private sector to really understand what's happening, but I think we haven't been able to show these companies what's in it for them. And for us to move to the next level, I think it has to be that. We have to present a value proposition to these companies where they really want to work with us. And so maybe that's something we can all take back, all the OECD folks here, and try to do a better job of going forward.
Okay, thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
Annabelle?
Sorry, I just wanted to say that I couldn't agree more with Modi. We do have an initiative together with the World Bank and other international organizations, which is called the Data Development Partnership, where we have contact with some subset of the private sector, some high-tech companies, but already it's a start, and we share information, we share data, and it's already a good starting point to engage with the private sector and get their view on this type of issues. So I just wanted to complement what Molly was just saying. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Another question? Oh, she had a second question. Okay. Name and affiliation.
Francesca Kay from the Irish Statistical Office. I'm just, one thing that perhaps hasn't been mentioned in terms of the, I suppose, the total impact of AI is the environmental impact. And I'm just curious as to whether any thought has been given to, the impact on the natural capital, so water, electricity, and all of that. I appreciate that might be difficult as well to disentangle from IT, but I wonder if any thought has been given to that aspect.
Okay. Anyone? Okay, Molly.
Right.
Okay, Molly?
Sorry. So thanks a lot for that question. I'm actually giving a talk on Thursday about digital technologies and the environment and how we measure them and sort of what our policy stance is on that. I mean, we look at it not as AI specifically, but digital technologies more broadly. And we have, I wanted to say this before, we're talking about impact. I mean, from a measurement perspective, we measure inputs, then we measure outcomes, which are a little bit harder, and then you try to get to impacts. I think, at least for us, we're more on the inputs and outputs side right now. I speak for myself and my group, and we have a dashboard of indicators that assess digital performance across the range of areas that are important. It's called the Going Digital Toolkit. And we do have some indicators that look at air pollution from digital intensive sectors. And you see that digital intensive sectors actually pollute less than non-digital intensive sectors. We look at e-waste and e-waste recycling and trying to measure the gap between those two to give a sense of overall effective electronic waste. I think we're trying hard to move into measure the impacts of digital technologies on the environment more broadly in a cross-country comparable way, which is hard. We partner with the UN on the e-waste, for example, but we're not at sort of the AI-specific impacts yet. And of course, environment, and then I'll stop, is so complicated because it's a balance, right? On one hand, you have digital technologies that are improving the environment, right? You've got sensors that are making sure the thermostats are right. We're not using too much energy. You can shut down when people aren't using things. But then you have, on the other side, the massive increase of energy use in data centers, for example, which is something we also see. And I think that's the really hard part with the environment is this sort of positive and negative impact that's hard to balance.
Thank you so much. Okay. Next question, gentlemen.
I'm Christian Ramspa from the OECD. I just wanted to react to Dr. Seung's latest intervention about the hybrid model, highlighting, number one, that we at the OECD, we have worked actually of something that is very close to that model, which is looking into the role of what we refer to as privacy-enhancing technologies and how they are used to facilitate AI code development and AI model sharing. But what we also have observed is that this is actually quite challenging because basically what it requires, looking in particular at use cases that exist in the private sector in areas like finance, where you want to share data, but you also, for regulatory reasons, among others, want to keep the data confidential, is that it actually adds up a level of complexity for the organization. So we talked about how AI, the use of AI is complex for NSO to manage internally. And just wanted to make the observation that adding a hybrid model actually also increases to some extent that complexity. So I was curious to hear from you and your experience how in Korea that level of complexity is also being addressed, acknowledging the benefit that obviously comes with the hybrid model that you presented.
Yes, that's very important. Good question. To resolve these issues, we have to hybrid the concept. Also, we have to use the public cloud. As you mentioned, the public cloud made serviced by the CSP corporation in private sector. So my hybrid concept is, it's just a concept not only made by the public or the international organization one side, but also the private, the skilled companies in the world. So, so my concept is a hybrid concept is involved those concepts. So as I explained the slide and the blue color and the network system, right? So by the understanding this the concept from MSP, CSP, down foundation through utilizing foundation model and 11 organization. So basic in the closed network, we can use the corporation, the public cloud through installing, for example, installing on an AI model or AI infrastructure, cloud-based. And then we can make a core or like a chip, the public and private side. In order to safeguarding sensitive data and the operate infrastructure efficiently, under negotiation or the combining the different organizations and different the opinions. That's another more detailed hybrid concept. It's okay to answer. Thank you.
Thank you. And we ran out of time. Okay, so I would like to close the session. So first, I think our panel discussion today was very, very fruitful and valuable, and we learned a lot. And we discussed, raised some questions here, which we're going to think about. Maybe we meet next time and we come up with solutions and we go further ahead. I think it was really exciting and valuable time for us. I would like to thank Molly and Annabelle. Thank you so much. Maybe give and also Dr. Yoon for the great discussions today. And also, it was an exhausting one day. I would like to also thank the audience for not sleeping and also raising keen questions. And thank you so much. And I would like to and this concludes the part 2 and the whole session of section 2. Thank you very much, and we hope to see you again. Thank you.
Many thanks to the moderator and panelists for sharing their valuable insights, and also thank you all for actively engaging in the discussion. So this concludes all proceedings for today, and the conference will resume tomorrow with a keynote speech starting at 9 a.m. The subsequent sessions 3 through 6 will feature the roles of official statistics for harnessing AI. We kindly invite your continued interest and active participation in tomorrow's sessions. Also, we would appreciate hearing your thoughts on the conference. Please take a moment to complete our online satisfaction survey available through the conference website. For on-site participants, the survey can also be accessed through by scanning the QR code on your conference leaflet. Finally, the special publication on the population and housing census in Korea are made available for you, which are located in the second floor lobby area. That's all for today, and thank you. Good evening.